First of all, it is the last American silver eagle dollar to bear the Mercante reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. Its first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American silver eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there are only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar of the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse. That was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV own this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had 2 parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
at the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have an extraordinary opportunity for you today, folks. Now, I've specialized in the finest United States coinage for almost 40 years, focusing especially on the United States proof coins. In fact, when you're talking about United States proof coins and United States silver proof coins, I've helped assemble some of the finest silver dollar collections in proof in existence. For example, in 2003, NGC gave this award out to a client of mine, Best Classic Morgan Dollar Set in proof condition in 2003. My clients have received many of these kinds of awards over the years. In fact, to my right here is an actual silver dollar from that collection, an 1892. This is the finest known 1892 proof Morgan dollar from that collection. Now that's about a $100,000 plus coin today, folks. They're extremely rare. They're struck in very limited numbers. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. So to make a proof coin, the process from the early 1800s to today, well, today we have some modern technology that has really enhanced the quality of proof coins. But it all begins with taking the finest dies and polishing them until they have a mirror-like finish, a finish that's really perfect. And they give the coin blanks a kind of polishing as well. And then they would slowly feed those blanks into the die and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And most importantly, once struck, they wouldn't be ejected into a bin, they'd be individually handled. Now in those early years, Morgan dollars, for example, they might only strike 1,000 proof Morgans in any given year. The mintages of proof coins are always very limited because of all the work involved. It's very labor intensive, plus the fact that proof dies are replaced very frequently at the first sign of wear. Mint state coins, for example, Sasha has a well-circulated Morgan dollar here that was struck for commerce. Now this coin has been in circulation, it's very worn, but mint state coins didn't receive any kind of special treatment. They were struck for commerce, they were struck once, ejected into a bin. The coins would abrade with one another in the bin, they'd go through coin counting machines, they'd get dumped into bags and sent to banks around the country. Those mint state dies would strike tens of thousands of coins before they would be replaced. Now, if you were to come to me today, say, Rick, I want to assemble the finest known proof Morgan dollar collection possible. I couldn't assemble a #1 set for you today like I could 20 years ago. Those days are gone, folks. All those coins in that collection, when those collections were sold, all those coins went into various collections throughout the country. So there is no one collection that has all of those coins that I had in those finest known proof Morgan sets. My recommendation for you today, folks, would be to build the finest known proof American Silver Eagle collection. This is an opportunity for the collector of today. The proof American Silver Eagle and the mint state American Silver Eagle. The coin was first struck in 1986, okay? It's a huge, magnificent, beautiful coin. The original design of the American Silver Eagle was actually taken from the 1916 Walking Liberty half dollar. That beautiful Walking Liberty half dollar obverse, originally designed by Adolph Weinman, was used for the American Silver Eagle beginning in 1986. And it's one of the tremendous reasons for the popularity of this series. And in proof, these coins are absolutely stunning. And there are many dates that are extremely rare in really high-grade proof condition. Several months ago, I offered the first year of the series, the 1986 American Silver Eagle. This is not one of the rarest issues in the series in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is the highest possible grade any coin can receive. Proof 70 means the coin is flawless under high magnification. You get a coin this size, this American Silver Eagle, it's larger than a Morgan dollar. It's a full ounce of silver. A Morgan dollar is only about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. It's 90% silver. It's not as big a coin. This is a huge coin, the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. But we had almost 200 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and we had them for $795. We sold them all. They were a great price. It's a great opportunity. I don't have that opportunity today. What I do have, though, is something even better. This is a great little 3-coin collection of some of the rarest dates in the series. The 3 coins I have for you today, and it's only these 3 dates, they came from a unique collection. An individual I have known for decades who had put some of these American Silver Eagles away decades ago. And I bought the entire collection. I cherry-picked them. I had to pay him a premium for the finest examples. And what I have today are the finest examples of 3 very rare dates in the American Silver Eagle series. The 1995P, the 1998P, and the 1999P. I have these 3 dates in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo and Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is a limited time offer. I mentioned that 1986S that I had in 70 Ultra Cameo, that I had almost 200 examples of those. I don't have anywhere near that quantity for any of these 3 dates. I have just over 50 examples of each. For these 3 dates, when you see how rare they are, to have this kind of quantity is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. If you're new to collecting, the American Silver Eagle series, folks, has just begun. I mean, it's the longest-running silver dollar series in the history of U.S. numismatics. Again, first struck in 1986, but it has just begun. In late 2020, the Mint announced that there would be a new reverse design for the American Silver Eagle. The traditional heraldic eagle reverse that had been on the American Silver Eagle since its inception in 1986, that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse that you see on the left. The heraldic eagle reverse, folks, was essentially taken from the Great Seal of the United States. That's what that heraldic eagle represents. Later in 2021, with the 35th anniversary of this series, the American Silver Eagle series will have a Type 2 reverse that will be struck, and you see it there on the right. Now, folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the final year of the American Silver Eagle with the heraldic eagle reverse, and that these coins would be available for sale at 9 a.m. Pacific time on February 11th, 2021, the Mint committed to striking 320,000 examples. By 9:02 a.m., they were sold out. That's how popular these coins are. Now, we've actually got one of those heraldic eagle reverses, 2021, the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse. Incredibly popular, incredible demand. You flip it around, and you'll see the W for West Point, that mint mark at around 7 o'clock, right above the word fine. When you see these for sale, a lot of them are being offered for over $1,000 a coin. There's one for $13.95. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback in Proof 70. Here's one for $1,300. Another dealer with 100% positive feedback. Here's one for $900. Another dealer with 100% positive feedback. One final one, $1,500. This dealer only has 99.8% positive feedback, but thousands and thousands of happy customers. Now, I had the entire 20-coin set from 2001 to 2021 that we offered not very long ago for only $4,500. Now, that was an incredible opportunity, because the fact is, while there's a lot of people asking really high prices for that 2021, it's those earlier years in the series that have the greatest rarity and the greatest long-term potential. And this is the information you need to know, that when it comes to making of proof coins, first of all, proof coins are struck, as I said earlier, in very limited numbers. When you look at the mintages of all the American Silver Eagles in both mint state and proof over the years, you could see when you add them all up the proof mintages only account for about 3.8% of all the American Silver Eagles ever struck. Over 96% of the American Silver Eagles struck are mint state coins. Sasha has an example of a mint state American Silver Eagle. A mint state American Silver Eagle doesn't require a lot of technology. It doesn't require a lot of labor, a lot of craftsmanship. They don't come from specially polished dies. The dies are used for a longer period of time. The coins are not individually handled. Quite often they'll have bag marks because, again, they're abrading with other coins that are in the tube. And there you can see it has satiny surfaces. It doesn't have the deeply mirrored surfaces of a proof coin. So this is why I've always loved proof coins, because they represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And it's that last phrase that is most important, that is key, because as you go back in time, the technology, the proof-making technology at the U.S. Mint was not as advanced as it is today. Just in the West Point series alone, when you look at the West Point American Silver Eagles of the most recent years, the total NGC populations in Proof 70, the 2021, which was just released, they've already graded over 70,000 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo because the technology is so much more advanced than it was just a few years ago. You go back into those early years in the 2000s, back to 2007, only 27,000 coins. 2005, 15,000 coins. And then the earliest West Point years, you're only talking around 6,000 coins. 6,700, 6,400 coins. So the 2001 is the key date in the West Point series. And this is why you see such demand for the 2001 West Point. Here's one that's sold in auction. This one sold in auction, folks, for over $4,800. And yes, that's why the set that I offered from 2001 to 2021 for only $4,500, incredible response from you folks. Today, though, I have 3 dates. These earlier years, these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. When you look at the entire Proof American Silver Eagles, from 1986 to 1992, those earliest years, they were struck at the San Francisco Mint. They have an S mint mark on the reverse. And from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and they have a P mint mark on the reverse. And the 3 dates I have for you today, the 1995 P, 98 P, and 99 P, all at the Philadelphia Mint. These are so rare, folks, even in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. But you look at the rarity of these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, 95 P, only 2,200 coins graded. 98P, 2,700 coins graded. 99P, just over 2,000 graded. Now, if you're wondering how those populations compare to the PCGS populations for those dates, well, they're close, but PCGS has graded more examples in 70 than NGC. NGC has a very, very strict standard when it comes to this 70 grade for the American Silver Eagles. Very, very low pops. Because the fact is, back in those earlier years at the Philadelphia and San Francisco mints, the mint simply did not have the technology back then to consistently strike flawless proof coins that they have today. Here's a 1999 that Sasha has. Here's how they came from the mint in those years. This is the original box. We put our little sticker on it to signify what the date is. You open the box. It's in a really nice case. You'll see a lot of spotting over the surface of the coin, around the perimeter. All that milky white spotting. Folks, that doesn't come off. That was part of the process when they were making proof coins. In those earlier years at the San Francisco and Philadelphia Mint, quality control simply was not what it is today. You had these planchets that had spotting on them, that had residue left from the cleaning process, that was left on the planchet when it went into the die. So that when that die came down with over 200 tons of pressure, that cleaning solution that was left on that coin blank was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. And this is why most of your American Silver Eagles from these earlier years are flawed and have very low grades. Here's an example of a 1999 in Proof 69. Now, 1999, Proof 69 is an exceptional grade, but you'll see some light spotting there in the fields. Now, I have these three dates. I have them at a great price. Now, recently I was approached by Coinage magazine to write an article on the American Silver Eagle series. And it's a great article, and I give all the important hard information in that article. And one of the things I'm doing for the American Silver Eagles is giving a rating of these dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. A relative rating index from 1 to 12, meaning how rare is this coin in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I'm not going by the latest population numbers because the population numbers change. The relative rating index is all about how does the rarity of this date compare to the rating of another date in the series. I originally got this idea from Wayne Miller's book on Morgan and Peace dollars, where he had a rating index from 1 to 12. The higher the number, the rarer the coin. So, for example, in Wayne Miller's book, for the 1881S, which is one of the most common coins in the series, he gives a rating of 1. It's very, very common in any mint state grade. On the other hand, for the 1893S, which is an extremely rare date, has the highest number, it has a 12. So that's what I've done with the American Silver Eagle series. And here's the relative rating index that I put together, and I'm going to have in a future book. And take a look at this, folks. And this will be the most important educational tool for you if you're intent on putting together the finest possible American Silver Eagle set. If you want to put together a set in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, forget about what the latest population numbers are, but you look at we'll start at the bottom of the page there. The most recent coins. You see, those most recent dates in the series all have a relative rating of 1. Even if the coin just came out, like the 2021 Type 2 may have just been released. Maybe they only graded 2,000 to date so far. That doesn't mean anything. What is important is that over time, that will be a very common coin in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Even the Privy coin, the 2020S, 75th anniversary of World War II Privy coin, with a very low mintage, but a high percentage of those coins grade 70. So it gets a relative rarity number of 3. But then as you go to the earlier dates, finally you see the 2002 and 2001, much tougher. Those get a 6. You can see the ranking legend I have to the right there. 1 to 2 is very common. 3 to 4, semi-scarce. 5 is scarce. 6 to 7, very scarce. 8, 9 is rare. 10, 11, very rare. 12, extremely rare. The 112 is for the 1995 W, the West Point issue. They only struck 30,000 examples, only a few hundred graded in 70. That's the only 12 there is in the entire set. These 3 coins I have for you today, folks. The 1998P is an 8, the 95P is a 9, and the 99P is a 10. Extremely rare. They're rarer than that 1986S that I offered, which is a 7, which is a very rare coin. These are among the rarest key dates in the series. And as you can see from that chart, the first year of issue, the 1986S, tough coin, 5,400 examples graded. It's very, very scarce. But it's not as rare as the 95P, the 98P, or the 99P. Those 3 dates, folks, are so rare. They're even elusive in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. They're rarer in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo than a lot of the more recent dates are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I'm just going to show you a couple comps, just the 95P in 69 Ultra Cameo. This is about what a 95P goes for. $399 a dealer with 98% positive feedback. Now here's one This guy is, you know, he's on the high side. Let's put it that way. That may be a price that's we'll see, you know, a decade or two from now, $2,000. But for a 6.9 Ultra Cameo, now if that were a 70 Ultra Cameo, that might not be such a bad price. Here's what I have for you today. If you want these key dates in 6.9 Ultra Cameo, the 95p, the 98p, or the 99p, these coins are flawless to the eye, proof 69. Each one personally selected by yours truly. They're only $189 a coin. Okay, if you want to build a fabulous set in proof 69 Ultra Cameo, $189 a coin. Now, the ultimate set, though, this is the time to go for it. Because at these prices, folks, I would encourage you to record this presentation, because this is one of those times when you record this and you play it back 10, 15 years from now, and 10, 15 years from now, you'll say, boy, I can't believe he had those available for those prices. And these coins are so rare, this is the finest possible quality. The 95Ps, while I have them, we have just over 50 examples. While I have them, they're only $795 a coin. The 1998P, $595 a coin. And the 99P, that really tough date, I mean, they're all really rare, $795. Now, if you add that up, folks, that comes to $2,185, and that's a great price. But again, the price is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. I want you to buy the entire 3-coin set. And if you buy the entire 3-coin set, you can own these 3 dates for only $1,795. That's less than $600 a coin for 3 of the rarest dates in the series in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. $1,795 for the entire 3-coin set. Again, this American Silver Eagle series, folks, has only just begun. Every month, there are thousands and thousands of new collectors of these coins. The 2021, the final Heraldic Eagle, sold out in less than 2 minutes. The Type 2, the demand is through the roof. All these new collectors, and when they try to complete their sets in proof 70 Ultra Cameo, once they get to these earlier years, these coins struck at the Philadelphia mints and the San Francisco mints, these will be the coins that will be most in demand and in the smallest supply. Very few have survived in the condition you see these coins today. The only reason I have this group is because I've been very fortunate. I've been focusing on the finest silver dollars in proof condition for just about 4 decades. I've known this gentleman for almost that long, and I have the finest coins from his collection. And I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. I hope you can take advantage of this. If you can't do the 70 set, get this 6.9 set. At this kind of price, folks, only $549. Now, closing, I need to add one last important fact. Every one of these coins, again, is submitted to NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. The Smithsonian, home of the greatest coin collection in the world of United States coins, has their coins encapsulated by NGC. Every one of these coins, these American Silver Eagles, has been curated, conserved, so that any possible contaminant that was on the coin has been removed. The surface of the coin is absolutely neutralized. And then the coins are encapsulated in these airtight holders. NGC uses the highest quality medical grade plastics. They're much more difficult to work with, but it guarantees you that the coins you see today will be as beautiful and perfect 50 years from now as they are at this moment in time. This is a great series to collect. This is a grand slam of an opportunity, folks. The finest American Silver Eagles, the rarer dates in the series, at this incredible collector-friendly price. I hope you take advantage of it. This is really one of my great, great loves, the American Silver Eagle. It's one of the most beautiful proof coins ever struck by the United States Mint, and certainly the most beautiful silver dollar. It's a massive coin. To get it in proof 70, a coin this large, this size, in flawless condition, it's all about eye appeal, quality, and rarity. And you're getting the ultimate in eye appeal, ultimate quality, the greatest rarity at this most collector-friendly price. I hope you could take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Coin.
Morgan Silver Dollars,
Buffalo Nickels, American Silver Eagles,
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty Quarters.
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas,
Steel Cent,
Liberty Head and St. Gaudens Double Eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars, coins from the screw press era,
Camp Bust Halves,
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick James and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's US Coin Show.
inviting you in to what is the most anticipated mint release in decades. After 35 years, the United States Mint is retiring John Mercanti's heraldic eagle reverse on the American Silver Eagle dollar after 35 years. Now, this news has been greeted in an amazing way because, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final issue of this great silver dollar, the 2021 Type 1 American Silver Eagle dollar in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade with our exclusive label. And I want to tell you folks out there, this coin, as we speak, is setting records. In fact, it set every record you could possibly set for a sellout of a coin. What you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is completely sold out right now. We have 1,000 of these coins, and that's it. And after they are gone, folks, they're gone, because what you're looking at was the quickest sellout of an American silver dollar, really of any coin I have ever seen. In less than 5 minutes, over 325,000 of these coins were sold, and they are all gone. If you don't order one now, you're not going to get one. This is the last Silver Eagle of its kind. A new design on the reverse and a refreshed obverse will be replacing this 35-year-long tradition of issuing the largest silver dollar the U.S. has ever issued. Larger than a Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at why these coins are so popular. Since 1986, this coin has been issued. Collectors have taken to this coin to the point where it has become the most popular silver dollar in the country. Now, since 1986 to the present time, there have been over 541 million business strikes that have been struck and shipped out of the U.S. Mint. For the collector, over 27 million proofs. And truth be told, the business strikes have become just as sought after by collectors as the collector's kinds. It's amazing. Burnished die is also a collector's version, which has been issued just since 2006, over 3 million coins. A few examples have been struck in reverse proof, not even 900,000 coins. But when you add up all of those hundreds of millions of coins, it gives you an indication why. The last coin of its kind, the last heraldic eagle reverse, the last design of John Mercanti's, the 12th chief engraver, is happening right now. John Mercanti started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. John Mercanti was a master die engraver, a master sculptor. In fact, here you see an actual image of John creating the very first reverse for the Silver Eagle dollar. And he did this in what is known as a plaster. So by hand, he created that heraldic eagle reverse. And from that plaster, the main die is created. It's a long and laborious process that had to involve the artist's touch. And you can see, as he created this reverse in a much larger version to be reduced down to the dollar-sized coin. These are actual images of him performing the work. Spectacular. That right there is the lasting tribute to the great work of John Mercanti, who was a prolific coin designer and sculptor at the U.S. Mint from 1974 all the way to 2010. He became the chief engraver and just the 12th chief engraver in 2006. And he retired in 2010. And now, his reverse is retiring as well. And it will be replaced. So, for all you collectors out there, let me say a magic word to you. A transitional coin is what you're looking at. Mid-year, the U.S. switching from the original Type 1 heraldic eagle reverse. And by the way, enough credit is not given to John Mercanti for also enhancing the obverse of that coin. The original Adolph A. Weinman design brought to life on a coin twice the size of the half dollar that it originally appeared on, so that you can see detail that John himself engraved on those dies to make that design of the walking liberty come to life. It had never been before like this. That was all John Mercanti. So, transitional year. You know, in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, an Indian head cent was issued. But also in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, the very first Lincoln penny, transitioning in mid-year from the Indian cent to the Lincoln cent. And collectors love these transitional coins because they don't happen a lot. There's a 1909 Indian head penny in a spectacular grade, and look at what it brought. And here, issued the same year, is the 1909 Lincoln penny, transitioning from Indian to Lincoln in the same year. And look at that coin, a monster. Now, the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle, 1907 was the first year, but that was a transitional year as well. Here's an 07 St. Gaudens. But in 1907, the Mint also issued a 1907 Liberty $20 gold double eagle. Transitional year. You could really say that this year will be a transitional year for the Silver Eagle dollar. And you're getting an opportunity to buy the last one before they transition to Type 2. 1921. Morgan dollar transitioned into the 1921 peace dollar. So there have been a couple examples in the history of numismatics when there have been transition, same date of a coin, same face value, different design. There has never been as much interest in a transitional coin as there is in this one. The series, ladies and gentlemen, that has gone on for 35 years is ending now, right now. There is a final mintage figure on this coin, and they were just released. I'm talking about moments ago. Incredibly, over 325,000 of these coins were scooped up in one day. We're lucky. We have 1,000 coins in perfect proof 70 with a final tribute label to John Mercanti, autographed by John Mercanti, with our exclusive Reagan Mercanti artwork. It's an exclusive label to Rare Collectibles TV, and that means a whole lot, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want everybody to know, this is a pre-sale. It's going to be about 30 days and you will receive your coins, but I have got to tell you, if you don't order now, the chances are, in fact, not just the chances are, you're not going to get one. Believe it or not, this coin is so popular that over 1,800 of these coins went out the door per second in the sellout. Per second. 327,000 coins gone like that, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll tell you, of that 327,000 coins, every one of the ones that we have, the 1,000 coins, are all perfect grade proof 70. All ultra cameo, the highest grade you can get. In coin grading, we use something called the Sheldon grading scale. And basically what it is, it goes from 1 all the way to 70. Now, 1 being the worst quality you can get. You don't want a coin that grades 1. The highest pinnacle that you can achieve is the number 70. And in this case, a proof, a coin with a mirrored background, a coin with a satin or frosty image of Liberty, what we call the device. You see, any part of a silver dollar with raised lettering or raised design is known as the device of the coin. And any part of the coin that is free of any lettering or any design is known as the field. So as you look at this coin right here, you see the background appears as black because it's a mirror. And when it comes to collector coins, coins that are struck for the collector, what you're looking at is the ultimate design, a proof collector's coin, a coin that will be struck a minimum of 2 times to bring out all of the detail. Now, I want you to take a look at some of the other amazing United States Silver Eagle dollars that have been issued that have gotten to be so sought after by collectors and world famous. Let's take a look at a really kind of a short list. The first year, 1986, 1.4 million coins, everyone in the collector's hands. 1995, 1993, and 1994. I put that one on the list because it is one of the lowest mintage of regular issues of the proofs that the Mint has ever issued. Key date, But the new 2021 from West Point, a Type 1, because there will be a Type 2 for 2021, which will be released later on this year. But what you're looking at is an opportunity, a last chance to get the final original Type 1 issue. Now, the mintage is really low. It's even lower than a 1994, which is a key date in the series. And take a look. The mintage of the 1994, 372,168. The 2021, 327,440. Now, take a look at this. In a perfect proof 70 grade, this is what you're up against for a 1994. Almost $3,000 at auction. Higher mintage than the coin that we're talking about right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, for the coin that has been anticipated, you know, it took 35 years in the making for this coin to come to market. It's the last of its kind. The reverse is being retired, so no more of John Mercanti's tribute to the original heraldic eagle reverse of the early American silver dollars that he designed, that he crafted for this great silver dollar. And he did this back in 1986, ladies and gentlemen. The last one right now. Get ready, because I want you to know, now this is serious. We have a maximum quantity on this of 25 coins per household, if you will. Here's how we're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. A single coin, $379. $379. In a perfect proof 70 grade with an autograph label by John Mercanti, the designer of the reverse, with a special Rare Collectibles TV special label, which we have exclusively. And once again, I want to show you folks why this is so exciting. We're at $379 for a single coin, and I hope you're on the line looking to get quantity, because there's quantity pricing. But I want to show you where the world is at right now. We're at $379 for a single coin. There's a great price at $490. I'm telling you, that is a great price, but not as good as Rare Collectibles. $379 for a single coin. Here's an opportunity to buy 5 coins for $375 each. $1,875. And we're going to split that into 2 equal payments of $937.50. Folks, you can get 10 coins. 10 coins are going to be $369 each, $3,690. And again, take advantage of the opportunity to split that $3,690 into 2 equal payments of $1,845. There is a limit to 25 coins that you can order, and I must tell you, this is a monumental event in the history of these coins. Number one, it's the last one. 35 years, this series has been going strong, and you are looking at the final example of the reverse. And forevermore, from 1986 to 2021, will be called Type 1. Mid-year of 2021, a Type 2 will be issued with a new reverse and a new designer of that reverse. But here is an exclusive opportunity. We only were able to get our hands on 1,000 of these coins. And judging by the fact that in one day, over 325,000 of these coins disappeared from the mint, sold out, they're not going to last. I got to tell you, folks, I am prevented from owning even one of these coins, but you got to take advantage of this. $379. Now, why does everybody like this coin so much? Number one, it features the design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar that was created by Adolph A. Wyman in 1916. This design was brought back under the Liberty Coin Act, signed by Ronald Reagan in 1985. That was the law that was passed that allowed the Treasury to begin striking the silver dollar. And they have struck the silver dollar since 1986. The series has been going strong since 1986. And we have thousands and thousands of collectors, mega thousands, who purchase the entire collection from 1986 all the way to 2020. And we offer that in a perfect Proof 70 grade and also in a Proof 69 near perfection grade as well. We cannot keep enough of those complete collections in stock, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final addition to that collection. So right off the bat, we only have 1,000 coins. You got to have this coin. It's the last one. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. As I am talking to you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this issue didn't even last 5 minutes. Can you believe that? Totally gone, a low mintage, lower than the 1994. And I keep saying that because that 1994 is a key date coin. And they sell for almost $3,000 at auction when one comes around, if you're lucky enough to be the final bidder. So this is the opportunity to get in ground floor on this coin. Because don't forget, what we're doing here is a photograph, because this coin has yet to arrive at our doorstep. But we can guarantee that you will be part of 1,000, well, more than 1,000, because we're letting folks right now, and this is probably going to be the only opportunity to do this, to purchase up to 25 of these coins, to put these away, because if ever there was a coin that deserves to be put away, this is the coin. 35 years in the making. A retiring reverse that was done by the father of the reverse of the American Silver Eagle, John Mercanti, just the 12th chief engraver at the U.S. Mint. He started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. And John Mercanti retired in 2010. The original John Mercanti reverse that he crafted in the very beginning of the program in 1986 has graced the reverse of this dollar since that time. No more. This is the final issue. So no wonder the coin sold out in record time. No wonder over 327,000 of these coins went like that. Now, as I was saying, we have the highest attainable grade and designation for these coins. A perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, that black and white contrast that you see displaying on the coin is the Cameo, in this case, Ultra Cameo. And it is the highest designation. So, you're getting the finest quality attainable. There will be no higher quality or higher grade. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. Over 500 million mint state Silver Eagles have been issued. And I just want to give you a little idea of the staggering amount of coins as a total and per year. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because these are the coins by which collectors have gravitated to, have bought right off the bat, have put into complete collections. Now, these are mint states. The amazing amount of these coins that have been struck at the U.S. Mint and shipped out, over 500 million coins. There are millions of collectors for these coins. And so many collectors are compiling complete collections that this coin, now what we're talking about here is a proof. I'm illustrating just how many millions and millions of collectors there are by showing you some of the mintages of the business strikes, which has become so collectible themselves. And I want to show you also the collector's versions. Now, you remember I mentioned that over 27 million of these special coins that are struck a minimum of 2 times, and the mint goes above and beyond to create the ultimate silver dollar. And I want you to take a look. Every year, collectors order directly from the U.S. Mint, and take a look at the amount of coins that collectors are purchasing of these silver dollars every year. But something that will never be able to be said again for these type 1s. That 2021 W proof with a mintage of 327,440 gone in one day. If that doesn't tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will. And we have them. You're going to want to get 30 or 40 of these. There's a limit of 25. This is very important. If you buy a single coin, if you buy a deal of 5 or you buy a deal of 10, you will receive this unbelievable book. This book was authored by John Mercanti. Miles Standish contributed as well. There's a foreword that was written by Michael Reagan, and one of our great friends of the show as well, a great coin philosopher. And this book has the entire history of this great silver dollar. And this book will take you through the creation, through the striking, through the design, through the stories, just some of the great work that was done by John Mercanti. It just has everything. And this is complimentary with every single order that is placed. If you buy a single coin, the lot of 5 or 10, you're going to get this great book. Finally, this coin comes with an exclusive label. And this is a big deal, folks, because RCTV is the only company with this exclusive label that is autographed by John Mercanti and features artwork that was derived from a sculpture of Ronald Reagan that John Mercanti did himself. So it all ties in. Ronald Reagan, the father of the American Eagle program. John Mercanti, the designer of the heraldic eagle reverse. The final issue in this 35-year series ends right now on this show with this coin. So don't miss out. $379 for a single entity. And also don't forget, this is a pre-sale. You will receive your coins in about 30 days' time. But one thing you will be guaranteed, you're locked in. No matter what happens, you are guaranteed a perfect Proof 70 issue, or 5 of them, or 10 of them, or a total of 25 of them for a great price. So last time, last call, $379 and a book for a single issue. 5 coins, $1,875. That's $375 a coin. You could split that into 2 equal payments. You also get the great book. And for a lot of 10, the price drops to $369 per coin. Per coin. $36.90 for 10 coins, and you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,845. And you will get a book there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a historic day in numismatics. If you don't get this now, there's a great chance, especially for the price that we're selling at, you will not get one at all. Because remember, 1,800 coins per second went out the door at the U.S. Mint. We were in line. We got them. We got some. Don't miss out. Don't wait, because they are going. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Stay tuned for more great coins. And wow! What else can you say? Wow! Thank you for watching. collectors, this is a gold presentation, and we have no time to waste. I've only got about 25 minutes for this, so let's get right to it. This is one of the rarest standalone issues. In fact, I have to tell you, as a standalone single issue, this coin coming up with the pedigree is the single lowest mintage of this type of coin. Here's another little tidbit. It is the most sought after of all the coins in the world right now, this very coin. It is a complete and total sellout everywhere. This was a hard deal to put together. Some are tougher than others. I'd have to say this one beats them all. This one should never have happened. This one is here right now. Here's all the substantiating paperwork, all the records, all the research that goes with it. Pages and pages of mintages. And at the top of each one of these tables is a common header. American Gold Eagles, all denominations by mintage, from the $5 to the $50. I'll give you another little clue about the coin we're going to be doing. It's a $50 gold. It bears the classic obverse design of Augusta St. Gaudens' world-famous $20 gold double eagle. Another little interesting tidbit about this coin, it is in a grade and a method of manufacture, a striking method that you will have never seen in any St. Gaudens, no matter what. And you know, recently, the 1933 $20 gold double eagle that sold in 2004 at the New York auction for $7.8 million, recently transacted for over $18 million. It's a higher grade than that one. A series that began in 1986 and is actually wrapping up this year, 2021. They all have a very special reverse, which is being retired. And a new reverse will be adopted this year, 2021, to begin the Type 2 series of the American Gold Eagle. And we're featuring the largest size, the highest grade, the ultimate cameo designation, and the lowest single pedigree standalone issue, the lowest single mintage of any eagle to date. The reason why I am bringing out every denomination, every single one, and every single proof and uncirculated is for the very last one. And folks, at the end of all of these mintages is going to be one stand-alone single issue of which we have. Now, it would be a great feat to have any of these coins because the mintage cap was 4,500. Can you believe that? 4,500. The actual mintage came in at 4,422. So needless to say, the coin was gone like that. It is the very last of the Type 1 design. The design that featured on its reverse the Miley-Busiek family of eagles reverse. And this is the very last one of the family of eagles reverse. So as I go through all of these coins, I see them all. I see proofs I see uncirculated. I see every size and denomination that the U.S. Mint has issued since 1986 right up to this present moment. And I've condensed a few of them right here. And this is very important because this table right here has a bullion strike of the entire series, the mintage, of a little over 20 million coins. And then listed individually are the proof strikes. Now, the proof strikes are the most collectible of them all because, number one, they're the ones in the smallest mintages, and they are struck as orders are received from the U.S. Mint. So collectors like you and I correspond with the Mint directly, we contact the Mint directly, and we order these coins, unlike any of the other eagles. And something really great happened for 2021. The Mint decided they would put a cap on the single issue of this $50 gold as a standalone mintage at 4,500 coins. And you can see after all the smoke cleared, 4,422 coins were shipped out of the mint. The date, 2021. The mintage, 4,422 coins. This is important, ladies and gentlemen. Never before has this happened. Something else that's really important to this coin in this series. The mint decided about a year or so ago that they would begin to phase out the reverse of all of the Series 1 or Type 1s of the American Eagles, gold included. And that reverse that you see right there has a fascinating story. And the reverse is known as the family of Eagles. And the story behind it is that there was a young woman who was an artist. Her name was Miley Busiek. And she attended the 1980 Republican National Convention. This was where Ronald Reagan was nominated to be the Republican candidate to run in the 1980 election. He won. And that design right there is featured on the coin because of a speech that Ronald Reagan gave at the convention as his acceptance speech. And he talked about the family of America and how all citizens together were this great melting pot, this family. And Miley Busiek got an idea, and it inspired her, and she created the sculpture. And the sculpture that she created is right here. And it looks familiar because it is the reverse of the Type 1 gold eagles, and it's known as the family of eagles. Miley presented this statue to the Fine Arts Committee when they were searching for a reverse for a brand new gold coin that had recently been authorized by Congress, the gold eagle. Ronald Reagan is the father of the American eagle. That's how we look at him. So, ladies and gentlemen, take a look real quick here, because there's something inspiring about the design when you see it physically on the coin. Every one of these coins are a perfect Proof 70 Deep Cameo Type 1, the last of their kind. And you see that sculpture turned into the reverse, chosen by the Secretary of the Treasury, James Baker. He also chose St. Gaudens's design on the obverse. And he wanted something majestic, something that could compete with the obverse. And this was chosen. Incidentally, when Ronald Reagan saw the sculpture of the family of eagles, he decided he would give a sculpture to each one of the 52 former Iranian hostages. You remember that the Iranian hostages returned from Iran on the day that Ronald Reagan was inaugurated in 1981, January 26. So the connection is right there with history. Now, we all know about this connection because there was a recently published article, but it took decades for it to surface. And I can synopsize it for you. It basically says that as James Baker was searching for a suitable reverse to accompany St. Gaudens's obverse, it came to light this family of eagles sculpture that Miley Busiek had created. She works for the U.S. Mint. It was adopted as the reverse. This is a little-known fact that just came to light very recently. So the connection, the history is right there. And we're all sorry to see the Type 1 reverse go, but we know the history and tradition of the U.S. Mint that something great will follow. But the last one of its kind is the most important, as well as the first, to any series. And in this series, ladies and gentlemen, you have the lowest mintage, the size that everybody wants, the $50 gold, the highest grade. I want you to see some of the rarest of these coins in terms of their mintage and how they stack up against this 2021. These are coins of all denominations of the Gold Eagles, all denominations of the proofs. You can see there how low the mintages are. The 2012 at the top of the list, that's a half ounce. Only 12,000. At the bottom of this illustrious list, you will find the 2021 $50 gold proof, $4,500. And that was the cap of the mintage. You see right there the 2017 in a proof. The mintage of that coin, 12,723. I want you to take a look at a 2017, remember the mintage, and I want you to take a look at what that coin is bringing, $18,000. And folks, take a look at this. Here's a 2018, same grade, proof 70, a perfect grade, deep cameo. The mintage of this coin is 15,570. Take a look at the selling price, $19,000. We're offering one of the rarest issues the United States has ever struck. The 2021 last ever Type 1 Proof Gold Eagle in a perfect Proof 70 deep cameo grade. Now look, you just saw coins with mintages substantially higher and the price substantially higher. So I want you to understand that we're pricing this coin. Well, you know, we really should be way above those two coins, but we're not. Here's the opportunity. $4,995. $4,995. You can purchase this coin with confidence because Rare Collectibles TV offers a 30-day numismatic money-back guarantee. Take a look at the exquisite strike, the workmanship of the die work to produce this absolutely perfect example of one of the lowest mintage U.S. issues the U.S. has ever struck in a perfect grade. Now, there's a two-payment option here, $4,995. You can split it in two payments of $2,497.50. Now, this has been a big year. There's been a lot of changes in numismatics this year. The United States of America has announced that one of the premier coin series in all the world is being phased out. The series is the 1986 through 2021, the Type 1 American Gold Eagles, of which that coin you are looking at right there is the very last one. And that in itself is reason enough to grab this coin. When the United States announced to the world that you could purchase a 1-ounce gold, the $50 directly from the U.S. Mint, when you corresponded with the Mint, when you bought one of these coins, or they probably would only let you have one at a time, the absolute cap on the mintage was 4,500 coins. They wouldn't sell 4,501. A mad dash to get these, because you can see some of the rarest of them all have mintages that are 3 times higher or even higher than that. There had never been before an opportunity to buy an instant, super absolute rarity in the Gold Eagle series until this coin came along. Its mintage is just shockingly low. Now, a lot of it has to do with what went on in 2021. Because 2021, midway through this year, the Mint is switching to a brand new design of this coin. Now, the St. Gaudens obverse remains. The Busiek, and she is now Miley Frost, is going away. It's being replaced. But forevermore, this is the last one of the Type 1s, and you can see right on the label. It is the highest grade attainable in numismatics. A perfect Proof 70. Many, many times you've heard us talk about the Sheldon grading scale. It's named after a gentleman who came up with it, and as you can well imagine, his last name was Sheldon. He came up with a grading scale that began at 1 and ended at 70. And 1 was the absolute worst grade you can get. A barely recognizable coin, not even good condition. This grading scale stopped at 70. And that 70 number is indicative of absolute perfection. Perfection to the naked eye is one thing, but perfection under magnification 5 times magnification with no visible flaws, no imperfections whatsoever, means that this coin got a perfect proof 70 grade. Now, we know historically that the instance of coins like this grading in absolute perfection is less than 4%. When you take every year, every size, and you calculate the amount of coins that achieve absolute perfection, it's a very, very small fraction. When you take the lowest mintages, this is the leader of the pack. When you take the absolute swiftness of the sellout, this is the leader of the pack. When you take rarity into consideration and combine it with the highest grade, and oftentimes rarity is something that you can get your hands on, but you do not have the choice in extreme rarity of what grade you will get. Because extreme rarity happens only once or twice. Happens so infrequently that you'll take any grade you can get. So the numismatic event here is the absolute highest grade, the absolute lowest mintage, the opportunity at less than $5,000, and an incredible comparison to all the coins that came before and how well they've done in terms of how they have been accepted by the public, how people have rushed to auctions to get one of those previous years for close to $20,000. This is a coin that puts all those mintages to shame and an opportunity to own, again, I will say it, one of the rarest United States issues ever struck by the U.S. in all the years that they've been striking coins. And that is since 1793. It is also the last of its kind. I've mentioned this before many times, but it bears repeating. The final version, the final Type 1, in an incredibly low mintage at an inside price of less than $5,000. This coin is a collector's dream because it has everything. If you've ever dreamt of owning one of the rarest coins, would you have ever dreamt that you could have it in the highest grade attainable, in the highest designation of deep cameo, in the last of its kind, in a bookend to a series that is collected far and wide? Now, if you were to attempt to acquire one of each one of these coins that have been minted since 1986 in the absolute perfect grade, you would be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. But let me tell you, this coin right here, if you would love to get one in a perfect grade and you want to do it all by yourself, well, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to have to go out and buy many of these individual coins before they're certified. Well, you're going to have to find them. There was only 4,500. So if you could be lucky enough to find one, you have to accumulate quite a few, I think it's about 10, to submit to the grading service to get one in a perfect grade. So I think at the end you're going to be spending 30, 40 grand to come up with one of these coins in a perfect grade. So ladies and gentlemen, that's what we do. We do all that exhausting, time-consuming, nearly impossible legwork. And we make it happen. And we bring what I consider to be the most significant quantity of these coins anywhere in America, all in a matching Proof 70 perfect deep cameo grade. A last of its kind, the Type 1s. Now, for you folks who are endeavoring to put together a complete collection of this series, all of the $50 gold, this is going to be one of the hardest, if not the hardest, to get. You might as well start with what is the absolute most difficult at a great price. I see all around me price comparisons of coins with mintages much, much higher that are selling for 4 times as much. This is a temporary situation on this coin, because once we are out, these coins will be available only on the secondary market, and the evidence is clear. They're going to be hard to get, and you're going to have to be willing to part with some serious cash. Now, I'll tell you, $5 grand is not a little bit of money. But when you can lock up one of these coins right now for $2,497.50, what that will get you is one of these perfectly graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo coins with your name on it put aside. One more month goes by, another $24.97.50 from you gets this coin to you. But in the meantime, your name will be on it. People will be buying them like crazy. They'll be selling out. I can guarantee you the response unprecedented. But I can also guarantee you this. You will get a coin that is the last one of its kind. I'm going to say it again. One of the lowest mintage of a United States coin of any ilk, any gold, silver, whatever metal. The lowest of the mintages. One of the rarest coins ever issued by the United States of America in over 220 years. It's also the most sought after of its kind. Everybody wants this coin. And let me close by saying this. We love the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle. We love it because it's a representation of liberty that had never been seen before. It had first debuted in 1907. But that design on this coin has reignited the love for that crucial piece of numismatics, that critical St. Gaudens design in a grade that you could never get in a St. Gaudens Double Eagle. An absolute perfect Proof 70 Deep Cameo. You know, when it comes to gold St. Gaudens Double Eagles from 1907 to 1933, there obviously was never a perfect graded coin. But you know what else there never was? A bright proof, a coin with cameo, with deep cameo, like this one here. So the highest example of the world's most revered coin design is right here. The lowest standalone mintage of the entire series is right here. The ultimate cameo designation, DCAM, Deep Cameo, is right here. And the last one ever is also right here. That's the story of this world-renowned design and the last one of its kind for $4,995 on a two-pay, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will get you one of these rare numismatic, well, event-making items. Just to own it, to get it, to even talk about it is numismatic history, and we're making it together. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. It is my pleasure to bring you these type of rarities for such a great price, $4,995 in the absolute highest grade known to man. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Historic Coin Press number 1 was originally built back in 1869 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania by a company called Morgan & Orr. And the press was ordered brand new for the new mint that was going to open in Carson City in 1870. It arrived here in 1869 and then went into production. And in fact, it was the first and only press for the first 5 years here at the mint. And did the original coins, the first coin that was minted in February of 1870, a Liberty seated dollar, and then followed a couple of days later producing a $20 gold piece. So it had an incredible early career. Eventually, 2 additional presses were added. But then in 1878, a malfunction in the press happened up in this upper area. We're not sure quite what happened, but it cracked the frame. So instead of sending the press all the way back to Philadelphia to Morgan Ore, there was actually, we were just 2 blocks away from the Virginia and Truckee Railroad workshops, and they agreed to repair the press. It was taken from here to there, and they melted down this huge frame, and for some $800, incredible figure when we think about it today, they repaired the press, put it back together, and they did the one thing that made it so that the press exists today. They removed the original builder's plate here, which said Morgan and Ore, and replaced it with their name, Virginia and Truckee Railroad Works, and they dated it Carson, Nevada, 1878. So that saved the press. It was back in use, and I want to mention they were operated with steam at that time. The whole time this press was here at this mint, it was always operated by there was a stationary steam engine out and back that created the power to operate the presses, but also some of the other equipment that they used in the minting process. When it started production in 1870, it could do 100 silver dollars in a minute. Pretty much after 1878, the only production they did in silver were Morgan dollars. They didn't do the dimes anymore. They didn't do the 20-cent pieces, the trade dollars. They just continued just to do the Morgans all the way until the mint finally closed in 1893. So that was the basic coin that they were turning out in that time period. They started off where for each press, for example, like coin press number 1, it would have an operator that would be sitting here. They would start the press going, and you can imagine with that producing 100 a minute, they had to be on top of things. And basically what they did, there was a tube that sat up in front. They would be sitting in a chair where I'm standing here. There would be a bin next to them that would have the blanks, and their job was to make sure that that tube was constantly filled. Now the size of the blanks would depend on if they were doing silver dollars, if they were doing a dime, a 50-cent piece. So the idea was to keep that. So there was one individual, and I think this is an interesting point, sometimes it's overlooked, is that women were sometimes operators of the press. And they would sit here and they would do that during the day. The other part of their job that they were really known for, not so much as operators of the press, but they were the adjusters. And this table in front of me is actually an adjuster's table, and they were the quality control. And you can just see where they would sit at. There would be a table for 3 on this particular one. This machine is designed to go up to 200 tons of pressure. But for example, to do a silver dollar in the 1800s, it would get up to 175 tons of pressure to do that. And that would be because it's 90% silver and 10% copper. But think of that when it was doing 100 a minute, the force and the movement of this wheel here, this big wheel going around at that rate, so that it's coming up and then down, up and down so quickly. And it was high technology for its day. Actually, the mint was very proud of its ability to do that kind of production. And then eventually, when the mint closed here, and the last time coins were minted was 1893, and then officially the mint closed in 1899. So it's an exciting piece of our history in the state of Nevada, but nationally, I contend it's the most significant and most unique coin press that's still in existence in the United States.
Morgan dollars, one of the most widely collected coins in the world. And I have specialized in the finest Morgan dollars since the early 1980s. In fact, I have helped my clients assemble what are widely recognized as the finest proof Morgan dollar collections in existence. Here are a couple of awards recognized by NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. They are a leading independent grading service. The Smithsonian, the home of the finest United States coin collection in the world, has their entire collection encapsulated by NGC. And here you see a couple of awards, one given in 2003 for the finest proof Morgan collection, and another one given out in 2006. And there are many other awards as well for Morgan dollars that I have assembled for my clients, folks. I tell you this because I believe I have a very important obligation as your host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. It's not about talking the talk. It's most important to have a good track record. This is what I do. This is what I've been doing for over 35 years. I want you, my clients, to be able to walk the walk. It's that simple. That's my mission here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And what I have today is simply the finest two-coin set. Two coins ranking among the very lowest mintage silver dollars in the entire 100-plus Morgan dollar series. And they were struck at a legendary mint. Morgan dollars from this mint rank among the most desirable among collectors and dealers. It is the Carson City Mint. Folks, the two coins I have from the Carson City Mint shouldn't even exist, especially in uncirculated condition. The last Carson City dollar was struck in 1893. These Carson City dollars that I have are the lowest mintage Carson City Morgan dollars in mint history, and among the lowest mintage Morgan dollars in the entire Morgan dollar series. Now, I have a very limited quantity of these coins. These coins, again, should not exist. The story follows shortly, but first, the coins. 1881 and 1885 Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint in brilliant uncirculated condition. They were stored in mint bags for almost 100 years. And the discovery of these coins is a most fascinating, incredible story. You look at the condition of these. Now, all Morgan dollars are going to have bag marks. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy, so they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these are remarkable uncirculated specimens. And there, on the reverse, what distinguishes these coins from all the other Morgan dollars, at 6 o'clock, right below the eagle's tail feathers, the famous CC standing for Carson City, that coveted CC mint mark. Now, Jack and I spent some time at the Carson City Mint. Folks, by mint standards, the Carson City Mint was probably about the size of the cafeteria for the Philadelphia, New Orleans, and San Francisco mints, which were responsible for the lion's share of the Morgan dollar struck. But I've got some pictures of all four of these mints. We've got a picture of the Philadelphia Mint, and it's an imposing building and what you would expect from a mint that is striking millions of coins of every denomination every year. And here is the San Francisco Mint. Even though it was what we refer to as a branch mint, it was a very imposing building, very large. And here's the New Orleans Mint. Jack and I spent some time at the New Orleans Mint. It was originally built in the 1830s, very large structure. And then we get to the Carson City Mint. Now, folks, when you place it next to these other mints, it's a tiny, tiny mint structure. Now, Jack and I knew that the Carson City Mint was a very, very small mint. And I got a fascinating story about this. We flew in to Reno, Nevada. It was late in the evening. We drove down to Carson City. And we finally got into town. It was about 10 o'clock at night. And we knew the street that the mint was on, and we must have driven it past it, 2 or 3 times, and we couldn't find the mint. We were expecting a small building, but we didn't realize it was this small. It's a very small building, and the relative output was minuscule compared to those other mints. When you look at all the Morgan dollars struck by mint, over 600 million Morgan dollars were struck over the entirety of the series. And here's the breakdown by mint. Philadelphia had the lion's share, over 300 million coins. New Orleans, 186 million. San Francisco, 131 million. Denver, only 20 million. However, the Denver Mint didn't open until 1906. It only struck Morgan dollars for 1 year in 1921. And just in that 1 year, they struck over 20 million Morgan dollars. The Carson City Mint struck Morgan dollars over 13 different years. And the entire mintage was only 13.8 million coins, folks. And the Carson City dollars I have today are the lowest mintage Carson City dollars for the series. Take a look at this mintage chart that shows all the Carson City Morgan dollars struck. The highest mintage was the 1890 CC with 2.3 million. And you see as they get progressively lower, 1879 CC, they didn't even strike 1 million coins, 756,000. And there at the very bottom, the 1881 CC, 296,000 coins. And there at the very bottom, the 1885 CC, only 228,000, folks. Now, it was believed that all the Carson City dollars either went into circulation or were melted down in 1918 as a result of the Pittman Act, when 59% of all the Morgan dollars struck were melted down for bullion, over 270 million coins. And here you can see the total mintage for all the Morgan dollars over the entirety of the series, 656 million, 270 million melted down. That's left 386 million coins. And the vast majority of those went into circulation. They were used for commerce. Only about 6.5 million have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's about 1.7% of the entire mintage of the surviving coins. And usually when you see Morgan dollars, they look like the coin I have here. You can go into a coin shop, and even jewelry stores will have Morgan dollars. A lot of families will have old Morgan dollars. They were heavily used for commerce. And then, in the early 1960s, what happened next is so implausible, inconceivable, unbelievable. Only the federal government could concoct such an improbable plot twist. It turns out that deep in some remote corner of one of their cavernous coin vaults at the United States Treasury were some dust-covered original bags of Carson City silver dollars, folks. This was in the 1960s that they discovered these coins, struck at the Carson City Mint, which last struck coins in 1893. But here they were, original Carson City mint bags. And here's a mint bag, the kind of burlap bags they were routinely used, with Carson City dollars struck between 1878 and 1893. And this hoard included the 2 lowest mintage Carson City dollars in the mint's history, the 1881 and the 1885. Now, when they discovered these coins, the question was what to do with them. Well, they considered melting them back down, just like they did in 1918 in the Pittman Act, melting them back down for bullion. But instead, they said to themselves, maybe we can make some money with this discovery. And so they hired some expert numismatists to help sort the coins. And all the examples that were deemed to be badly damaged, heavily oxidized, or set aside. The finest uncirculated examples were encapsulated in the early 1970s in what we now refer to as the GSA, Government Services Administration hard plastic holder, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury, never going into circulation, stored for almost 100 years in mint bags. And they were offered to the public for sale for a substantial premium at the time. And here we see a brochure that was issued by the GSA when they were selling these specially encapsulated Carson City dollars, talking all about the legendary mint, how historic it is. It is, without question, among Morgan dollar collectors, the most coveted mint in the Morgan dollar series. Folks, and that's what I have today. A very limited quantity of the two lowest mintage Carson City silver dollars, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States government in the original GSA holder issued in the early 1970s. You take a look at these coins. They should not exist. They were supposed to have been melted down. They were supposed to have been in circulation, heavily circulated, but here they were in original mint bags in the United States Treasury. Now, the Carson City Mint operated for a very short time. Silver was discovered in Nevada in 1859. And this was monumental, folks. This vein of silver came to be called the Comstock Lode. In response to all the silver being mined, the Treasury built a small branch mint located in Carson City. They built it in 1865. This Carson City Mint had a very limited production capacity. Now, the Carson City Mint didn't begin striking any coins until 1870. By that time, mint production began to slowly decline because the tremendous output of silver from that Comstock Lode began to decline. And that's reflected in the population growth of nearby Virginia City. Virginia City was where a lot of the miners lived, not too far away from Carson City Mint. In 1860, Virginia City population was about 2,300 people. It reached a peak in the mid-1870s with an estimate of about 25,000 residents. That was a huge, huge city when you consider this was the Wild West, folks. In the mid-1870s, 25,000 residents. It was a major, major city. But as that output began to decline, by 1880, the population of Virginia City declined to 11,000. By 1890, it was about 6,400 people, and by 1900, it was back down to only 2,700 residents. And in 1893, the Carson City Mint struck its last silver dollar. It was in operation, that mint, for a mere 23 years. Now, among numismatists, for all these reasons, the very low mintages, its remote location, in operation for only a little over 2 decades before it closed down, and its unique double mint mark. It's not a simple D that was used by the Denver Mint, or an S as used by the San Francisco Mint, or the O used by the New Orleans Mint. The Carson City Mint had a unique CC double mint mark. Now, among Morgan dollar enthusiasts, of which I am one, Carson City silver dollars have always had a special romance. A most desirable mintage Morgan dollar. To put the low mintage of these Carson City dollars that I have for you today in perspective, I've got a chart. These are all the Morgan and Peace dollars struck from 1878 to 1935. All the mintages from the highest mintage in declining order. Starting with the 1922 Peace dollar, 51 million Peace dollars struck. 1921P Morgan dollar is the next highest mintage, which with about 44 million coins. You get to the bottom of the page, we're still at 12 million, 11 million coins for the 1888, 1889, and now we get to the second page. And we still have mintages over 10 million. We get to the bottom of the page, we're down to about 5 million coins for the 1891S. Now we get to the third page. And here we get to the bottom of that page, and we're down to about 1.5 million coins. We've got some coins that border on being rarities in uncirculated condition. And now we get to the last page. And this is extraordinary. At the top, you see the 1892 CC, very elusive. We go down to the very bottom. 93S, folks. I'm going to show you some prices, what these coins go for, these low mintage Morgan dollars, when they're found in any condition. But at the very bottom, you have the 1881 CC, only 296,000 coins originally struck. And then the 1885 CC, 238,000 coins, folks. These two dates that I have today, again, should not exist. By some miracle, they went into the Treasury's vaults, and they were stored there for nearly 100 years. Bags of 1881 CC and 1885 CC Morgan dollars discovered in the Treasury vault in the 1960s. I mean, Steven Spielberg couldn't have made a more unlikely plot. It was unbelievable. And you look at these coins, and again, they were sorted at the Treasury. All the circulated coins, all the damaged coins, all the lower quality coins were kicked out. And only the finer 1881 CC and 1885 CC Morgan dollars were encapsulated, as you see here, folks. These coins in uncirculated condition. Now, for those of you new to numismatics, when I say they're in uncirculated condition, coins are graded on a 70-point scale. The lower the number, the heavier the circulation. For example, this Morgan dollar I showed you might be something like an AG or good condition coin, and it would receive a numerical Sheldon scale number like a 6 or an 8. And here, for example, is one encapsulated, graded by NGC. You can see the heavy circulation. It's a good 6. Now, if the coin has never been in circulation, like these coins, the lowest grade for an uncirculated coin is mint state 60. MS60 represents a coin that's the lowest quality in uncirculated condition. So if you have a bag of 1,000 Morgan dollars, there's going to be some in there that are very heavily bag marked, so bag marked that it gets a grade of 60 with an extreme number of bag marks. Again, that's not what you get when you get these Carson City GSA dollars. They took the finer dollars to be encapsulated in these holders. Now, the highest possible grade is 70. That represents perfection under high magnification. There are no Morgan dollars in 70, and there never will be. There have been a couple in MS69, although they're not 1881 CC or 1885 CC Morgan dollars. A very small group of these surfaced, these 1881 CCs and 1885 CCs and these original GSA holders. Jack and I cherry-picked the finer examples. We guarantee they will be above MS60 grade, folks. They're choice, brilliant, uncirculated with minimal bag marks. It's amazing, it's a miracle, it's a once-in-a-lifetime Halley's Comet event. Once these coins are gone, that's it. These lowest mintage Carson City dollars. The best part of all is the price. Low mintage Morgan dollars, folks, can go for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And here's some that have higher mintages than the two Carson City dollars we have for you today. Here's an 1895 mint state 61 that sold for over $27,000. Here's another 95 same grade, MS61, very low mint state grade, and it sold for over $35,000. But then you get a 92S, again, higher mintage, MS61, $46,000. a 92S, folks, in circulated condition for over $32,000. 1889 CC, low mintage, very low mintage, of $350,000, mint state 61, $30,000. Now, the one Morgan dollar that we could find that has the lower mintage than our Carson Cities, the 93S, lowest mintage of all, only 100,000 struck. Here's one in mint state 63 condition, over $300,000. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback. These GSA 81cc, 85cc, extraordinarily low mintage, have such tremendous long-term potential. The best part of all about these two dates, folks, they are so underrated, so undervalued. The best part of all is the price. The key to our success, when we have some good fortune that comes our way to acquire some rare date Morgan dollars, Liberty Double Eagles, whatever it may be, when we get a great deal, we pass our good fortune on to you. These coins could easily sell for $5,000, $4,000, $3,500 a coin. I have these coins today. The GSA 1881cc, a limited time offer. We have these available for only $995. The fourth lowest mintage Morgan dollar in the entire Morgan and Peace dollar series, folks. In the original GSA holder, it doesn't get any better than this. If you never buy another Morgan dollar, if you've never bought a Morgan dollar, I would strongly urge you to consider these two dates. These are national treasures struck at the Carson City Mint. $995. And then you have the 1885cc, 228,000 originally struck. It's rare in any condition, folks, and it's only $1,395. However, I would urge you to get the set, folks. You get the pair. You can own both for only $2,295 for both the 1881cc and 1885cc. Now, again, we have limited quantities of these. This is a ground floor opportunity. This really is a must-buy. If you've never bought a Morgan dollar, if you never buy another Morgan dollar, you get these two coins. These are coins that you should keep in the family, pass down to your kids, your grandkids. Carson City Mint Morgan dollars, the lowest mintage issues in the Carson City series. And we have a two-payment option for the set of two. Put half down today of $1,147.50, and we'll hold the two-coin set for you, folks. That's a savings of $95. $1,147.50 down today. We'll hold two of these aside for you. Put it in our vault with your name on it and pay the balance in 30 days. Again, these are GSA encapsulated in the early 1970s, the lowest mintage Carson City dollars in beautiful, choice, brilliant, uncirculated condition, folks. Coins that should not exist, that were discovered in a treasury vault in the 1960s in original mint bags, similar to what you see here. It really is a miracle discovery. And once these are gone, that's it. I mean, the government sold all those dollars that they discovered in the 1960s through sales in the early 1970s, and we've got the lowest mintage Carson City dollars for you today at a great, great price of only $2,295 for the set. This is just a great opportunity to acquire these key low mintage issues in the Morgan dollar series from that storied Carson City Mint. These are true national treasures. I am so thrilled to be able to offer these two dates today. We've never had this kind of offer before. We came across a great group of these dollars. Jack and I cherry-picked the finest examples that you see here today. Now, if you just want to buy one date, there is a limit of 3 per caller, okay? We can't have somebody calling in and buying 20 1881 cc's or 20 1885 cc's because we have a limited quantity. We have a lot of people who call in who want the set. So if you just want one date, it's a limit of 3 per customer. Okay, I must emphasize that. So here we have 2 Carson City Morgan dollars, the lowest mintage Carson City Morgan dollars in the entire Carson City series. The 1881 cc, they only struck 296,000 examples. The 1885 cc, 238,000 coins, folks. When you have Morgan dollars that for some years, some of the mints struck 10, 20 million Morgan dollars. The Carson City Mint was a small mint. They had a limited production. And in 1881 and 1885, they had the lowest production in the entire Carson City series. And we have these coins, these discovery coins that should not exist, that were discovered in the United States Treasury in the 1960s. They were encapsulated in special Government Services Administration holders. Only the finest examples went into the GSA holders, folks. Any coins that were circulated or damaged did not go into these special GSA holders. This is a great, great opportunity at a great, great buy it now price. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thanks for watching. Gold double eagles. I have been most fortunate to handle many of the most desirable United States rare coins over the past decades, and placing these treasures with fellow collectors who love and appreciate these gems as much as I do. I know my gold double eagles. Here's one. This is an 1896. It's a proof. It's the finest known 1896 proof double eagle. This, if it ever came out to the market, could be $1 million coin. All the PCGS graded proof double eagles, this is the highest graded example for the entire series. And in fact, we have a client who has the #1 ranked set, #1 ranked proof double eagle set, gold double eagle set on the NGC registry. It's the Everest collection. Now, I have a great gold coin for you today, folks. This coin really should not exist in the condition that I have it in. It's a coin well over 100 years old, and these coins I have never been in circulation, all right? They've never been in circulation. In other words, they were taken from a mint bag like you see here. This is one of the original mint bags that was the source for many of these coins. They have been sitting in a bank vault since the 1930s. But I'll tell you about that in a minute. I'd like you to take a look at these coins that I have for you today. This is the rarest Liberty Double Eagle we have ever offered in quantity, the 1893P in MS 62 condition. That means they're mint state, uncirculated coins. How can a coin over 100 years old have been preserved in such great condition? They are so rare in the condition you see these coins in, folks. Now, these are gold double eagles. They're the largest gold coins struck for commerce by the United States Mint. Over the centuries, the Mint has struck gold coins in many different sizes and denominations. And here's a chart that shows the different sizes of gold coins that the U.S. Mint struck from the late 1700s through 1933. The coin on the far left there is a $1 gold piece. It's a tiny coin, folks. It's smaller than a dime. Very small coin. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece. And then there's a $3 gold piece. And then there's a $4 gold piece, which is referred to as the Stella. And then you have a $5 gold piece, which is about a 1/4 ounce of gold. It's about the size of a nickel. That's a larger gold coin. And then you have the $10 gold piece, which is about a 1/2 ounce of gold. And it's referred to as the eagle, because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. And so they referred to it as the eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848. And with this abundance of gold, our nation was able to strike even larger gold coins, which was of great benefit to the banking system. And this larger gold coin was twice the size of the eagle, with virtually an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the double eagle. And there's an example. It was a specimen. Only 2 were struck in 1849, and the first examples struck for commerce came out in 1850. Now that coin you're looking at, folks, that coin is considered the single most valuable coin in all of United States numismatics, that 1849 double eagle you're looking at. It's valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. For commerce, they began striking these gold eagles for the general public in 1850. Right now, at this point in time, is a great time to acquire rare, high-grade gold double eagles. There was an article that came out. The title of it is "It Time for a New Perspective on Generic Gold?" And this just came out a year ago, and there's a paragraph in here that encapsulates what the article is all about. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." Now, what do they mean by that? Well, when they refer to spot, they were referring to the value of the gold. And right now, spot is around $1,900 for an ounce of gold. I'll give you an example from my personal experience. Just 15 or 20 years ago, I had some gold double eagles. And gold at that time was about $350 to $400 an ounce. And these were uncirculated gold double eagles, common dates. They weren't rare date Liberty Gold double eagles. They were like a 1904, one of the most common dates. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500. Now, the Liberty Gold double eagles I have for you today are a much rarer date. They're from the 1890s, folks. Rarely do you find mint date Liberty Gold double eagles from the 1890s. The story of these coins really starts with the Great Depression. It was economic devastation for our country. In 1933 alone, folks, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Now, back then, there was no federal deposit insurance to guarantee your savings. So if you had your nest egg, your life savings in the bank, that you spent 20, 30 years saving for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's closed shut, it failed, you were wiped out. And they had 4,000 of those bank failures, affecting millions of Americans, just in 1933 alone. Now you can, and with that paper money, they began to buy gold and gold coins. because throughout human history, you could go back to the ancient Egyptian times and the times of the great pharaohs. Across all cultures, gold has always had value. So here you had all these people pulling their money out of the banks to buy gold coins. This created additional stress on our banking system. And so then President Franklin Roosevelt, in an effort to stop this hemorrhaging of our banking system, passed Executive Order 6102 in April of 1933, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, gold was about $20 an ounce back then. So that means you could own 5 double eagles, but that was it. The rest you had to return to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. And you had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you did not obey that order, folks, they prosecuted. And it was a severe penalty. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, and this happened to many citizens, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And it was prosecuted. So what did the government do with all these gold coins? Did they put them away in a vault for future use for, maybe sometime in the future, 50, 100 years in the future? No, they melted them back down into gold bars. These statistics from 1933 to 1940, fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. That's over 50 million coins melted back down into gold bars, gone forever. Which is just one of the reasons that finding any gold double eagles is extremely, extremely difficult. There are very few survivors. What I have today, though, is from what's called the Great European Bank Hoard. The gold coins you see today, folks. The Great European Bank Hoard was a solution to a problem that all these American citizens faced back in 1933. Not every citizen turned their gold coins in. A lot of people were stuck between a rock and a hard place. You either turn your gold coins in exchange for paper money, which they did not want, or you hold on to your gold coins and you get arrested and thrown in prison, which was not very desirable. But there was a third alternative. There was nothing in that executive order that didn't say you couldn't own gold in another country. And so you had a lot of citizens and institutions who proceeded to take gold coins and to ship them to banks in Europe for safekeeping in the early 1930s. In bags, just like you see here. This is one of the original bags from what we call the Great European Bank Hoard. Now, most of the gold coins, folks, shipped to these European banks were of the more recent vintage. Again, remember, this is happening in the early 1930s. So most of the gold coins were struck in the 1900s. A lot of them were St. Gaudens double eagles, which were the most recently struck gold coins. Rarely do you see any coins prior to 1900, like we have today. And you certainly don't see them in Mint State 62. Coins are graded on what we call the Sheldon grading scale. It goes from a low of 1, which is the lowest possible grade. That's a coin that's very heavily worn, where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. Only the most modern coins, proof coins and mint state coins struck by the U.S. Mint today over the last 20, 30 years ever grade 70, when they have advanced technologies that allow them to strike perfect coins. There are no Liberty Double Eagles, folks, that grade MS70 or even MS69 or even MS68. MS62 is a coin that was never in circulation, with very, very minimal bag marks. It somehow has survived the process of striking the coin. Again, these were large, heavy coins struck for commerce. They didn't receive any kind of special treatment. These heavy coins, 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar, were struck in the die press, ejected into a bin. They would go through coin counting machines. They would get dumped into bags and get shipped to banks throughout the country. So that by the time you would get one of these coins from the teller, even though it had never been in circulation, it would have numerous heavy bag marks. I've got a couple examples right here as an educational tool. Here's a 1903, never in circulation, but look at the deep gouge on Liberty's lower jaw there. This coin is not even gradable. When you have a deep cut like that, again, from one double eagle falling on top of another, it's not even gradable. Here's another one, a 1907, a later date. And you could see the deep scuff on Liberty's cheekbone and on the lower part of her neck there, just deep gouges. So even though this coin is not circulated, it's uncirculated, it wouldn't be gradable. You could send it to NGC or PCGS and they would say uncirculated, damaged. Even that 1849 in the Smithsonian, folks, even though they only struck 2 specimens in 1849, you'll notice at about 8 o'clock in the fields, 3 very prominent and deep reading marks. My guess is this was the first of the double eagle struck. And it fell into the bin. The obverse was facing up at the bottom of the bin. And then the second coin that was struck, as it was ejected down into the bin, the rim of that coin with the reeded edge, the rim landed on top at 8 o'clock on that first coin. And that's those reading marks you see right there. It's probably MS62, MS63 quality. So the fact that these have survived at MS62, when you take a look at one of these, folks, these are a miracle. Never been in circulation. A coin that's never been in circulation grades MS60 and higher. MS meaning mint state. Anything below MS, if it's a grade of 58 or 55, it gets an AU, meaning almost uncirculated. These are mint state, and they're mint state 62, meaning they're uncirculated with very minimal bag marks. The Smithsonian has the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, including the 1849 double eagle, which is valued in the tens of millions of dollars. Take a look at the Smithsonian collection of the Liberty double eagles that I have here that we've been able to offer on our show over the past years, beginning with some of the earliest dates. And take a look, folks, the 1893P that we have for you today. Look at that. The Smithsonian doesn't even have an example of the 1893P. You know, if we had this in AU50 condition, almost uncirculated, that would be extraordinary. But these are mint state 62 specimens, among the finest known. They are so incredibly rare. These coins we got were among the best from the European bank hoard, and we have a very limited quantity. The best part of all is the extraordinary value we have these coins priced at. They are all graded by the best grading services, the top grading services in the country, either PCGS or NGC. Those 2 companies are the leading companies in the world at grading coins. This guarantees you that the grade of the coins is what it says on the holder. Take a look at this 93p, folks. I mean, so pristine. It is extraordinary. Again, the Smithsonian doesn't even have an example, even in circulated condition. And here we have this extraordinary MS-62. To be able to get these coins, we have nearly 100 examples. Total number certified by PCGS is only around 2,400 coins. The Smithsonian doesn't even have one. At $7,500, this would be a reasonable price. $4,900, it would be a really good price. At $3,900, it would be an exceptional price. But this goes back to my philosophy here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. We have our coins priced not on what the market will bear. The coin prices are based on our cost. That means when we get an opportunity like this, when we get coins where we get the entire collection, and we're able to acquire the finest examples, and when we're able to then get them at a great price, we pass the savings on to you. And so we have these coins today, folks. Again, limited quantity. Call in now. $3,900 would be a great price. $34.95 is a phenomenal price, folks. That's a phenomenal, extraordinary price. Call in now, because if you call in now, I actually have these coins today while we have them. Once they're out, that is it. Like so many of our gold presentations, when we get a deal like this, once we sell out, the deal's gone. You never see it again at these prices. Because today, we have them for only $3,295 a coin for an 1893p. Folks, this is a coin that is rare in any condition. They only struck about 344,000 examples. So many hundreds of thousands were melted down. So few exist today. I want everyone out there watching today who desires one of these ultra-rare Liberty Double Eagles from the 1890s, one of the rarest issues, the 1893p. If you would like to acquire one of these, we have a 2-payment option for you. So all you have to do is put down $1,647.50 today. We'll hold one of these, put it aside with your name on it, and pay the balance in 30 days. And that is so very, very important, because when we get a rare date like this, the demand is extraordinary, and we sell out very, very quickly. So often, we have people who will call in a week later or 2 weeks later and ask to buy one of those coins they saw on our show a week or two earlier. And there have been so many times when we have to tell them, we're sorry, but we no longer have those coins. Not that date and not at that price. This is one of those coins, folks. If this were a 1924p St. MS-62, that would be one thing. I mean, a 1924p is a very common date. But it's an 1893p, ultra rare. Now, exactly how rare? Well, take a look at this comparison chart of double eagles that we've offered over the years. Again, when it comes to the European bank hoard, the most double eagles were the most recently minted when found in the European bank hoard. So you saw a lot of St. Gaudens double eagles, especially the 1924p. Over 300,000 have been certified, 44,000 in 6.2 and over 50,000 in 6.5. Because again, the more recent double eagles were generally higher condition. They hadn't been in bags for as long a time as the earlier double eagles. So the St. Gaudens double eagles, you can see the populations there. But then when you get to the Liberty double eagles, the last year of the Liberty double eagle series was 1907. But the European bank hoard had an inordinate amount of 1904p bags of Liberty double eagles. So you see, 200,000 have been certified by PCGS, of which 64,000 were 6.2s and over 5,600 were 6.5s. Now, the 1904P is by far the easiest date to locate in mint state condition. The Liberty Double Eagle series has about 150 different dates and mint marks. And if you find a Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition, there's about a 35 to 40% chance that it's going to be a 1904P. The second most common date is a distant second, the 1900P, which we'd offered in the past. Even though it's number 2, it is much, much rarer than the 1904P. But then you get to the bottom of the page and look at the 1893P. Total number certified, only 5,495 coins, only 2,399 in 6.2 condition, none in MS65, 2,399 coins, folks. When you add up the higher grades, it's, especially with the total number certified, it's approximately 40 times rarer than a 1904P. Again, that is the common date, and you will find those available in coin shops at coin shows. And here's what they typically sell for. The 1904P, again, the most common date in the series. Here's an example in MS62 that sold in auction for almost $3,900. 1904P, most common date. Here's one, a dealer with 100% positive rating, $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with 100% positive rating, $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with 100% positive feedback, $5,400 for an MS62. Again, this is the 1904P, by far the most common date. Now, I couldn't find any comps of what other people were selling 1893Ps for in 6.2 condition because there weren't any out there. Amazing specimen. Again, none have ever been graded in MS65 condition. This is an MS62. None exist in the Smithsonian. There are no 1893Ps. A very low mintage to date and to survive in uncirculated condition. To give you an idea, folks, of what a great opportunity this is, here's a chart that shows some of the rarest Morgan dollars. 1893S, 1889cc, 1879cc, and how many have been certified by PCGS. An 1893S in even AU condition is a $50,000 to $100,000 coin. In extra fine condition, it's a $15,000, $20,000 coin. An 89cc in AU condition is a $25,000, $30,000 coin. A 79cc is a $3,000 to $4,000 coin in AU condition. Folks, it would be much easier for me to fill this stand with 1893S Morgan dollars in various conditions from fine to AU condition and charge anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 a coin. And I'd be making a lot more money, but it wouldn't be the best coin for you. These are the best coins for you. These rare date 1893Ps that are absolutely irreplaceable, and where I am able to offer them for only $3,295 a coin. You get the ultimate in eye appeal, quality, rarity in Liberty Double Eagles, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. From the 1890s, this very rare low mintage date, folks. I hope you get at least one. If you could swing 2 or 3, please, I would encourage you to do so. Again, all you have to do is put half down today of $1,647.50, and we'll hold one of these for you with your name on it, and you pay the balance in 30 days. The reason I love my work is that I get to offer you coins that I really believe are great coins for you to own. And I never, ever try to push a coin on you that you do not want to own. So for me, it's really a dream come true with using all my experience, my decades of experience in numismatics, building the finest collections, to be able to get a great Liberty Double Eagle like this in this extraordinary condition, to be able to offer it at this kind of price, folks. It's a dream come true for me, because 20 years ago, I didn't think something like this would be possible. But that's what we do here on Rare Collectibles TV. These are not the kind of coins you're going to find at your local coin shop or your local coin show or any other coin show on TV. It's only here on Rare Collectibles TV. And that's why I always tell you to please stay tuned to our show, because you never know what we'll come up with next. Thank you for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rare Collectibles TV. Each week, I bring you Rick's U.S. Coin Show, featuring rare, unique, and collectible coins showcasing our country's numismatic history. I've been a coin collector all my life who happens to talk each week on TV about coins. I'm not a salesperson up here on TV selling coins. Rather, I'm a coin guy on TV, hopefully sharing all the information I've learned about coins during the last 35 years. To me, coins are about history, quality, numismatic passion, our heritage. Our goal here on Rare Collectibles TV is to share our knowledge, our years and decades of experience with you, the viewer. And hopefully in the short presentations we give you, you can learn something that has taken us 30, 35 years to learn. And even if you don't buy a single coin, if you've learned something, it's all good. From Kimberly and I, Rick Tamaska here. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And have I got a great collector special for you folks today. Jefferson Nickels. Jefferson Nickels. One of the great things about collecting Jefferson Nickels is the challenge in getting them in high-grade condition. Mainly because of the hardness of the nickel planchet. It's a very difficult coin to really get a full strike on. And today, I've got some Jefferson Nickels from the early era in proof making, the Philadelphia Mint era, when the Philadelphia Mint was striking proof coins. This was 1964 and earlier, when they were in charge of proof production at the U.S. Mint. After 1964, the San Francisco Mint took over, and the quality improved because the technology improved in proof making. And I've got some beautiful, extremely high-grade proof Jefferson Nickels from this early Philadelphia Mint era, folks. I've got them in proof 68 condition. There are no proof 70s from this early era. They don't exist. Okay? And now, first of all, these are proof coins. Proof coins are supposed to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck strictly for collectors. You can't get them at your local bank or anything like that. You have to order them directly from the Mint. Nowadays, when the Mint makes proof coins, they really are state of the art. As I said, they're made at the San Francisco Mint today. The technology used nowadays is extraordinary. So when you get a proof set, this is the original packaging. This is a 1991 set, 25 years old. 1991 set, and you pull it out of the original government package there. This is the original government plastic case. And you've got 5 extraordinary, stunning proof coins. These are probably all proof 69s. But, this is the technology of the modern era. Here's a proof set from the Philadelphia Mint era, 1964 and earlier. 1956 to 1964, they came exclusively in these, what we call flat packs, these manila envelopes. And they were mailed like this. You could see this. Here's their original mailing address. Shipped third-class mail. And this is what blows my mind, folks. This is what blows my mind, because a proof coin, to make a proof coin, there's a lot of work involved. The mint takes the finest dies and they polish them until the dies have a mirror-like finish. They take the coin blanks, they put them through a polishing, kind of polishing treatment as well. And they slowly feed those blanks into the die, and then they strike them not once, but at least twice under higher pressure to get every detail of that coin design struck up. And then once struck, they're not dumped into bins like Mint State or commercially struck coins. They're individually handled. So they're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. So there's a lot of labor involved. And with all that labor involved, there's a lot of cost involved with that labor. Then they use this packaging. Now, they had hard plastic packaging back then. Why they didn't use it, I don't know. But they were shipped in these envelopes. And here's your proof set. This was a 1956 set. But from 56 to 64, they all came in the identical same kind of cellophane envelope as you see here. And you could see this cellophane is pliable. In other words, the cellophane rubs up against the surface of the proof coin because the cellophane is pliable. It's not rigid like hard plastic. The problem that creates is the problem of what we call hairlines, light little scratches on the mirrored surface of that proof coin. And it's those light little hairline scratches that really lower the grade of proof coins, especially from this early era. Now, proof coins in the Philadelphia Mint era were struck in really limited numbers. Kimberly has a chart here to show you the mintages of the Jefferson nickels from 1955 through 1964, how many were struck in proof condition and how many were struck in mint state condition for commercial use. And you can see that first year of 1955, they only struck 378,000 proofs, over 82 million for commercial use. In those early years, collecting, folks, was kind of on the back burner for a lot of people. There were a lot of collectors out there, but not a lot of people could afford to collect. This was only 10 years after World War II. You had a lot of ex-GIs, a lot of young families, a lot of people who were just beginning to accumulate some savings. And as the middle class began to grow and prosper in the late 50s and into the 60s, you saw more and more people being able to pursue their passions and their hobbies, like coin collecting. So in 1957, for example, you had the first year that they struck over 1 million proof Jefferson nickels. For Mint State Jefferson nickels, they struck over 175 million. And then 1961, 62, 63, 64, 3 to 4 million proofs struck each year, while for commercial use, coins they needed for commercial use, there were 300 million, 400 million. 1964, 2.8 billion Mint State Jefferson nickels. Now, I've got some proof coins today, and this is a collector special. Take a look at these, folks. Take a look at, you can take your pick. You've seen something like this before. I've got these 4 dates. The highest grade any of these 4 dates have received at NGC is proof 69. I've got these in beautiful proof 68 condition. You look around on eBay, the easiest, the most common date. I'm just going to show you one comparable. Here's a proof 67, $60 for 1964. And that's a proof 67. These are proof 68s. Here is the combined NGC PCGS population of all the dates from 1955 through 1964 in proof 68, the combined NGC PCGS populations. You could see for most dates, you're talking between 1,000 and 2,000 coins until you get to 1964. There was an improvement in quality at the Mint in 1964 at the Philadelphia Mint. That's the last year they struck proof coins. You've got 4,500 graded in proof 68. But that's out of 4 million struck. Take a look at these 4 coins I have for you today, folks. Now again, on eBay, you can see these listed anywhere from 60, 70, 80. I've seen some for $200 on eBay. in proof 68 condition. I specialize in these. Myself, Kimberly, Caitlin, and I have the opportunity to get first crack at some of the nicest groups of proof coins where we go through proof sets. And we go through thousands and thousands and thousands to hand select these finest, superb specimens. Look at this 1961. I've got them today. You can take your pick of any of the dates, 1961, 1962, 1963, or 1964. Your pick, folks. Not $199, $149, or even $99. $29. Take your pick of date. Take your pick, $29. And if you want to get a second coin, you could pick a second different date, your choice of dates, for another $29. And if you want a third date, again, it's only going to be $29. And if you want a fourth date, you can get all 4 dates for only $116. That is $29 a coin. Only $29 a coin, $116 for all 4 coins, 1961 to 1964 in proof 68 condition. And now we get to the 1960. Here's a coin that is tougher to find. The mintage was considerably lower. Only 1.6 million proofs were struck in 1960. So this is a tougher coin. But in this special, you can add this 5th coin, folks, for an additional $29. In other words, you get all 5 coins for only $145 for all 5 coins. We've got a lot of people calling in already on this. Now we're going to get into some dates into the 1950s. Here's where prices can really skyrocket. Take a look at this. Here's a 1959. This is a P&G dealer, 50,000 happy customers, a P&G dealer, a 1959, proof 68, $199. Here's another dealer, over 54,000 happy customers for a 1956 in proof 68. $200. So just those 2 coins, $399 for just those 2 coins. Take a look at this. If you want to get the 9-coin set, I can add the 1956, the 1957, the 1958, and the 1959. That's 9 coins. Now, other dealers might want to charge or ask $200 a coin. That's $800 for just those 4 coins. And you add them to those the 1960 to 1964, you're almost at $1,000. You can own all 9 coins for only $249. $249 for all 9 coins. $249. But I'm not done yet. There is one last coin I can add while I have these in stock. You saw in that chart, that first date, the 1955, they only struck 378,000 proof coins in 1955, folks. So this is the coin I have the fewest of. They only struck 378,000. The 1955 sets, half of them came in flat packs, like you saw earlier. Half of them came in these boxes, what we call these box sets. These box sets were the most atrocious, poorest form of packaging I can imagine. They were shipped like this, in these little boxes, and here they went to all the trouble to make these proof sets, and they shipped them in these little boxes, and then you got them, they were stapled in these little envelopes. This is the original packaging that they were stapled in. The coins would, and these envelopes, folks, were not inert. In other words, the materials, the chemicals in these envelopes were often chemically react with the coins, destroying the proof coins. So the 55 is the toughest coin of all. But you can get all 10 coins. I'm going to add the 1955. I'm going to add the 1955. I found one comparable. Here's one 1955, proof 68, top-rated seller, just for the 1955. Just for the 1955, top-rated seller, $274.95. Check this out, folks. How would you like to own the entire 10-coin set? Call in now. Call in now. The entire 10-coin set for $27.90 a coin. In other words, $279 for the entire 10-coin set. $27.90 a coin. I guarantee you, if you try to put this set together by yourself and hand-selected the proof coins and went out and took the time to hand-select the Jefferson nickels to submit to NGC for grading, and you submitted them to NGC for grading, your cost to send them to NGC, to ship them to NGC, to have them graded for $25 a coin, to have them send it back to you registered mail, and then to have the coins come back in grades of proof 65, proof 66, because they have a tiny little hairline here or there. I mean, it would cost you a lot more than $279. We did all the work for you. We put in the time to be able to, and there are no middlemen here. I didn't buy them. There's no way I could offer this price if I bought them from some other dealer or some other collector who had them already graded. There's no way I could offer this set at this price. I would, if I did that, I'd have to charge you over $500. We put in all the work. We did the labor. We went through the thousands and thousands and thousands of proof Jefferson nickels to hand select these pieces, submitting them ourselves to give you this best possible price. This is the kind of presentation, the kind of collector special. We get an awful lot of dealers calling in to purchase these because these are basically below wholesale type prices. I mean, when you can get the entire 10-coin set, the entire 10-coin set, the last proofs from the Philadelphia Mint era, Philadelphia proof coin era, the entire 10-coin set in proof 68, one grade from the highest, for only $279. That's $27.90 a coin in these beautiful state-of-the-art NGC holders, the state-of-the-art holders. The NGC holders, this is not your average plastic. This is not any old plastic NGC uses to house these coins. They use the finest medical grade plastics to encapsulate these coins. The holders are airtight. They're the same kind of materials, the same kind of technology NGC uses to house the coins in the Smithsonian Institute. So you're getting coins that are housed in the very best possible packaging, not like the packaging that these coins originally came from in the U.S. Mint. This is state-of-the-art right here, folks. So you have a set here that will look as stunning 30 and 50 years from now as they do today. And you get them all for only $279 for the entire 10-coin set. You just want to get one coin, you can get a 1961, 62, 63, 64 for only $29. Get all four for $116. But most of you, it looks we got a lot of folks calling in. Almost everyone is getting the entire 10-coin set. It is truly a bargain for only $279. Got a lot of folks calling in. We do have a queue on this. Just stay on the line. We will get to you as soon as possible. The limiting factor on this, the most limiting factor, again, is that 1955. Hardest to get. They're all tough, but once you get into the 50s, when the mintages drop considerably, and at 55, when they only struck 378,000, a lot of those, have not survived in gem condition. Very, very tough coin. Only 1,800 graded PCGS and NGC combined of that 1955, and the entire set for only $279. Thank you for watching this brief collector's special. Hope you're able to take advantage of it. It's always a thrill to be able to offer some really great, eye-appealing, high-quality, rare numismatic coins at this kind of great, great price. Thanks again for watching. Jefferson nickels, again, are really hard to get, difficult to get in high grade condition because of the hardness of that nickel planchet. So to get a Jefferson nickel, a proof Jefferson nickel in proof 68 is sensational. And we just had a presentation on some proof 68s at a great, great price. I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of the Jefferson nickels to get these 68s. Out of that group, we have a handful of sets in proof 69 condition. And these are so rare, folks. Take a look at the chart here where we show you the populations, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. These are the combined NGC and PCGS populations for all the Jefferson nickels struck in proof from 1955 through 1964. How many have been graded in proof 68 and how many in proof 69? You can see some of those years. The 1957, only 290 examples. The 58, only 239. 59, 258. The 60, 254. The 1961, 193, because poor metal flow. Poor metal flow. They would strike the coins because the hardness of the planchet, you wouldn't get all of the metal flow into the deepest parts of the die, so you get some bits, a little bit of pitting in the high points. And so if there's any kind of pitting whatsoever, you can't get a proof 69. 64 is the best quality. They've graded about 2,500 examples. Take a look at this set that I have for you. I only have a handful of these sets in proof 69 grade. Again, if I had to buy these already graded from a dealer or a collector, our prices would be about triple of what you're going to be offered this set at. Only a handful of these sets. Every one of these, highest grade. There are no proof 70s from this here, folks. This is the highest numeric grade from NGC or PCGS, proof 69s. This is outstanding, top of the line. These are the very best from our work in the trenches, I call, looking at these under a halogen light, one coin after another. There you see the 61, fewer than 200 graded. The hardness of this nickel planchet, it's very difficult to strike one of these up. A lot of them also were mishandled. So there are very few graded in proof 68 and only a handful in proof 69. Kimberly just has a few comparables for you folks. And just to give you some idea, these are top rated sellers on eBay. There's a top rated seller with a 1955 proof 68, $274 for a proof 68, 1955. There's a 1959. Again, proof 68. $199 for a proof 68. So that's $400 or over $400 just for those two coins. $470 really. And there's a 59 in proof 69, top rated seller, over 24,000 happy customers, $316. And again, that's a tough date, but there's several tough dates, and that's not the toughest. Here's the entire set. You're gonna love this opportunity. I mean, at $300 a coin, this 10 coin set would be $3,000. At $200 a coin, it would be $2,000. At $100 a coin, it would be $1,000, and that would be a great, great price. But again, if we had to buy these from somebody else who already had them certified, who did all the work, who went through the thousands and thousands of coins, this set would be priced to you at $2,000 to $3,000. But we did the work. We went through the thousands of coins to hand select these pieces for you. We cut out all the middlemen, and I'm able to offer this entire 10 coin set. I only have a handful of these. The entire set for only $79.50 a coin. $795 for the entire 10 coin set. Now, we just had, the lines have just lit up on this all of a sudden, $79.50. This is the kind of price, folks, that you can buy one of these sets, and if you're a part-time collector dealer and like to set up at your local coin show, you can buy a couple of these sets and probably get double what you paid for. I mean, this is a great, great opportunity for a collector if you want to hold on to them, if you want to resell them, or whatever you want to do with them, it's up to you. But this is really a ground floor opportunity for some very, very rare Jefferson nickels with tremendous, tremendous condition rarity. Tremendous condition rarity. Again, I only have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 15. We have already sold, it looks like 5 of them. Every one of these coins, folks, as pristine, haze-free, spot-free, hairline-free as the day it was struck. It was like as if you were at the Philadelphia Mint back in 1955, and you were there as the coin was struck, and as it came off the die, you caught it on a velvet pillow. That's the best analogy I can give. I mean, how else are you going to get and not only that, but you have to get one of the examples that were fully struck, because again, so many of these, because of the hardness of the nickel planchet, it would have very slight pitting on the high points, especially along Jefferson's jawline there, the high point of the planchet, because that's the deepest portion of the die. And the hardness of that nickel planchet was such that you wouldn't always get complete metal flow to the deepest portion of the die on these coins. There you're looking at a 1962, only 311 graded, none higher, 1962. Let me go through the pops once more. The 1964, better quality, 1964, 2,491 graded in proof 69. That 1963 you're looking at, or you just saw 436 graded, 1962, only 311 graded. 1961, 193 coins. We cannot break any of these sets. I cannot offer individual pieces because this is all I have. If I offer an individual coin out of here, I can't offer the entire set to all the people calling in who want to take advantage of this complete set offer. The entire 10 coin set for only $795. Again, we only had to have a handful of these available. We were already sold more than half of them. So I'm going to just call it right here. We just, for the people still calling in, we have some sets still available. But thank you for watching this presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer this kind of ultimate quality. Beautiful eye-appealing coins of the ultimate highest quality. Very rare in this condition. For under $100 a coin, folks. I mean, you can't beat that. This is a great, great ground floor opportunity for all you collectors out there. This is a real collector special. And again, from Kim and I, thank you for watching. Coin Guys.
We're the Coin Guys, and we're back.
We are Jack and Rick. I'm Rick, of course, and
Jack
this is
McNamara.
Jack, we love to do a presentation together, but it's only under special circumstances.
Right, it has to be something really that we're excited about.
When we get an extraordinary opportunity in something that has tremendous potential for all the viewers out there.
Right.
And that's what we have today. We're calling it our Coin Guys Terrific 10.
Right.
A 10-coin Morgan dollar collection, folks, that is spectacular.
Yeah.
It offers so much numismatic bang for your dollar.
Right.
I mean, it is really a great, great opportunity. If you've never bought a rare coin before, a United States rare coin, this is just the perfect place to start.
Yep. I mean, right now, Rick, Morgan dollars, I mean, it's always been kind of that, blue chip core of collectors, the most popular coin.
The backbone of, yeah.
Right, but
Yeah.
right now
Yeah.
is incredible.
Yeah.
There are more collectors of Morgan dollars
Yeah.
than there's ever been. Coins that I used to be able to get, with a couple phone calls, I can't find anywhere. The Mint, a lot of people don't know this maybe, but the Mint has announced that they're releasing a 100th anniversary 2021 Morgan
Right.
dollars,
Yeah.
with different mint marks and things. And it has just made people go crazy for Morgans. And a lot of these new collectors who are buying these new issues now are going back to the original coins.
Exactly. And this is the key, folks. This is a 10-coin collection. Now, we picked these 10 coins because of their exceptional quality and a lot of scarcity. And we got this collection at a great, great price.
Right. Yep.
Now, first of all, let's take a look at these 10 coins that we have for you today, folks. They're 10
They're
great
beautiful coins. They're all mint
Morgan
state
dollars.
condition, uncirculated
Exactly.
coins.
And some of them were struck in New Orleans. We have an 1884 O, which means it was struck in New Orleans. An 1885 O. A 1904 O.
I love that date.
The last
04.
New Orleans minted Morgan
Right.
dollar.
Yeah, 1904 was supposed to be the final year for the Morgan
Yep.
series.
Yep.
And this was struck at that famous New Orleans Mint. And this really should have been the
And
last Morgan dollar,
yeah.
but then 1921 they needed more coins. But
And,
this is a very
yeah.
important coin, the last O Mint coin, last O Mint Morgan
just
dollar.
a few years later, they shut down. As
Correct.
far as
altogether for any
coin
coinage.
making.
Yeah.
And then you have 86P and an 1879S, a San Francisco
Yeah,
mint
that's
coin.
an exciting coin too, because
Yep.
you've got the second year of the Morgan dollar. There's a lot of demand for these S Mint coins because the San Francisco Mint is known for exceptional strikes,
Yep.
razor
Yep.
sharp strikes, incredible luster. This is a coin too that there's so much demand for right now. I was just really struggling to find any of these coins.
And then we get to some coins even rarer, and we'll be showing the audience information about the rarity of these coins. But we have another 1898 struck at the New Orleans Mint, 98O, and a 1902O.
Right.
A very tough coin. And an 1889 struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then finishing it off, these two coins, Jack, I mean, the fact that we could offer these last two coins in the set at this price is miraculous.
Yeah, these are tough coins.
A 19010, I remember going back 35 years when I was specializing just only in Morgan dollars. Even back then, 1901 O's in uncirculated condition were hard to find.
Yep.
Really tough coins. And we have those today in this set. And then the last coin, the rarest of all, an 1882 Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah.
Jack, the fact that we were able to get these last two pieces is just, it's a dream come true for
Right.
collectors.
Right.
Now, first of all, the key to Morgan dollars, folks, as we first learned, Jack, when we first started specializing in these coins, it's all about condition rarity.
Right.
When we're talking about rare coins,
Right.
there's two kinds of rarity. There's coins with absolute rarity, which
Right.
are coins that are rare in any condition, like
Right.
the 1913 Liberty nickel.
Right. They only made 5.
5 coins. So even if you had the lowest quality example, the poorest example of the 5, it's worth millions,
Correct.
millions of dollars.
Absolutely.
And then there's condition rarity, which
Right.
is, when we're talking about rare coins today, we're usually talking about condition rarity.
Right. Correct.
And that's a coin that may be common in lower grades because they struck a lot of them,
Right.
perhaps in the millions. But there are very few survivors in uncirculated condition. Think about that, uncirculated condition, meaning they were struck, they went into a bin, they went through a coin counting machine, they went into a mint bag,
Right.
and it's like they never made it out of the mint bag into circulation.
Right. They somehow got put either in a bank vault, or somebody went to a
Yeah.
bank when it was brand new and put it away in their drawer or in their collection. These are coins that literally over 100 years ago never made it into circulation, have no signs of wear. They may, like you said, have a few marks or things from just the process of how they're made and counted and sorted.
And folks, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about, we've got some coins picked up in a local coin shop for around $35, $40 that are your typical Morgan dollars that were in
They're actually
circulation.
probably more than that these days. There's been so much demand lately.
Oh, yeah,
They've been
yeah.
really, really rocketing.
For example, that 1896 there, that first one, that was struck in New Orleans. Sasha's
wow.
going to flip it around. And you can tell it's struck in New Orleans. All our O mints, folks, have this same mint mark. You see the O mint mark right above, at 6 o'clock, right above the D and O, meaning it was struck in New Orleans. Now, this is fascinating because they struck about 5 million of them. You can get circulated examples, like I said here. At the time, I got it for $35. But in uncirculated condition,
Right.
there are thousands and thousands of dollars. In fact, they can be $10, $20, $30,000
96O is
or more.
a very
Yeah.
rare coin.
And then there's another one, the next one, an 1886O, another one that they struck over 10 million, Jack. So, in circulated condition, it's very inexpensive. But to get it in mint state, there was the one from the Jack Lee collection that sold for around $200,000.
Wow.
And that was years ago. It's probably well more than that today. And then there was recently the 1886O DMPL that sold for $750,000.
Right.
And there's another 1897. They struck almost 700 million Morgan dollars.
Right.
And here's a chart showing you how many were struck through the entirety of the series, from 1878 to 1921.
Right.
Over almost 700 million. They melted over 270 million down in 1918
Right.
for the Pittman Act, leaving still well over 350 million coins surviving.
Right.
However, in uncirculated condition, folks, you look at the total number certified by the two major grading services.
Right.
Only around 2%, less
That's
than
a tiny
2% have been
percentage,
certified in uncirculated mint state condition.
Right.
Now, again, uncirculated mint state condition means it's a coin that was never in circulation. Just imagine, folks, again, these coins were struck for commerce.
Yeah.
So they were struck once on the die press, ejected into a bin.
Right.
Okay, one coin is ejected,
They're all
falls on
landing
top of the
each
other.
other. Yep.
They all get bag marks along the way. We refer to them as bag marks because from the bin they go into a coin counting machine and they get dumped into bags,
Right.
thrown onto trains to be shipped to banks around the country.
Right. And those bags are big. This is a bag that was probably used for. This was a gold coin bag.
This is not an actual silver
But
dollar bag.
The
right.
silver dollar
Yeah.
bags
With
are about
much
yay
larger.
big, and they fit 1,000 coins. They weigh about 55 pounds. When they're putting them on stage coaches and wheelbarrows,
Yeah.
and they're tossing these bags. The coins are getting banged. I did similar. I didn't throw my back, but one of my earliest road trips to a coin show where I flew somewhere,
yeah.
I bought a bag of Morgan dollars, and I had it in my carry-on, and I wasn't thinking.
Oh, wow.
And I'm trying to put it in the overhead, and the flight attendant is like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "No, it's good." And then I said, "Never again. I'm shipping it."
And then the carry-on collapsed.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh boy."
But so the point being, folks, again, we refer to them as bag marks, but a lot of these Morgan dollars actually developed a lot of marks along the way before they went into the bag.
Correct.
So it's part of the whole process from the time they're struck, one coin falling on top of another into the bin, through the coin counting machines, then getting dumped into the bags.
Right.
We refer to them as bag marks, but it's the minting process.
Right.
And all Morgan dollars end up with marks.
Correct.
Because of the way they're
Absolutely.
struck.
Right.
The key is to get them uncirculated and in nice uncirculated condition, because when you get a typical bag of Morgan dollars back then that never made it into circulation by some miracle,
Yeah.
you're going to have some coins with a lot more marks than others.
Right.
So not only are these uncirculated, but they're hand selected, so that they're really choice uncirculated examples that we're offering you today, folks. Now, you saw the number surviving in total number for the entire series in uncirculated condition that have been certified.
Right.
Now, these 10 dates we have, folks, first of all, so on this first page here, we've got the more common Morgan and Peace dollars. Morgan dollars were struck from 1878, and then in 1921 was the last year, and Peace dollars 1921 to 1935. The most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition is the 1881S.
Right.
That's the most common of all. You go shopping around, we found some prices offered at auction prices of the 1881S, folks. Just the 1881S, the most common Morgan dollar.
Right.
This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, all right? Now, Mint State 62 for $450, okay? $450 just for the 1881S. Here's another one. Again, same grade, Mint State 62, another dealer with 100% positive feedback, $450. And that's the most common Morgan dollar.
Right.
Now, folks, these are in descending order from the most common to the rarest on this first page. So our set starts with the 1884-0. That is the most common coin in this set in uncirculated condition, although it's more elusive than the 1881S, as you can see there. The second coin, as we showed you originally, another New Orleans mint, an 1885-0. But then, Jack, they get considerably more elusive.
Oh, yeah.
The third coin is a 19040, that one of our favorites.
Yeah, I love that date.
Almost twice as rare as those earlier New Orleans mint coins.
Right. And like I said earlier, I love that date because that was going to be the last year of the Morgan dollar. They didn't have intentions to make later ones. And that's the last Morgan dollar at that. I mean, the New Orleans Mint is just one of the most historic mints. I mean, there's so much history there.
We spent a few days there.
Exactly.
It was built in the 1830s.
Right.
That's when they first started striking
on
coins.
the banks of the Mississippi River. It was such an important financial hub and transportation hub, and the only mint that was struck coins for the federal government and the Confederate government and the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, it was, at one time, it was, as far as coin production, the largest branch mint in the country. And so the fourth coin here is about the same rarity as the 040 in mint state condition, in 1886, struck at the Philadelphia Mint.
Right.
Now, the Philadelphia Mint didn't have a mint mark.
Right, because that was the first mint, that's the headquarters of the U.S. Mint.
So that's the one Morgan dollar that actually doesn't have a mint mark on it. But then at the bottom of the page, the toughest coin on this first page, that 79, struck at the San Francisco Mint.
Right.
Only 109,000.
Yeah, and I love this coin. Second year of issue. S mints are known for their.
So tough.
Yeah, these coins, all of a sudden, within the last 6 months, they've just vanished because there's so much demand for these coins that they just don't exist anywhere in the market.
Take a look at one of these. San Francisco Mint struck some of the most beautiful Morgan dollars. Incredible. Look at this,
Look
Jack.
at that.
The
Look at
luster,
the
the
strike.
strike.
Whew.
Yeah. To survive
It's a
with
blazer.
so few marks, it's miraculous.
The
and the
luster's
strike.
awesome. The strike is awesome. That is a blazer.
This is a brilliant, uncirculated, choice Morgan dollar, folks. To survive in this condition, this is what makes this such a great collector's special.
And I love that we got a coin from the 1870s in here, too.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. The first year was the 1878, and there you have the San Francisco Mint mark, that S Mint mark on the bottom at 6 o'clock.
But these coins have dried up. These go into collections, and they get locked up for decades.
Yep.
Once they go into collections, people aren't letting these things go. They're just so hard to find.
Now, folks, then we get to the next page where we have what we call some of the scarce dates in the Morgan and Peace dollar series. And these are coins where fewer than 100,000 have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition, but at least 50,000. And so fewer than 100,000 certified. And there you have a 98-0, Jack. They minted 4.4 million coins, but only 78,000 certified in mint state condition.
Right.
And then the 020.
Another
tough
That's
coin.
a tough Omen coin.
The fact that we can offer an 020, even though it's all about condition rarity, folks. You have some coins with high mintages, but so few survivors in uncirculated condition.
Yeah. And those late Oments, that end of the series Oments, are tough coins to get.
The 19020, again, Jack, I started in Morgans in the early 80s, and even back then, a nice 020 was a tough coin. This is a great coin. And again, referencing back, the most common Morgan dollar, 81S, you have dealers asking $450 for examples in Mint State 62. And there's your O Mint mark.
That's a great coin.
It is a great coin, yeah. And then the last coin on this page, 89p, only 55,000 certified. They struck 21 million examples, but so hard to find in uncirculated condition, Jack.
Right.
1889, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And again, the Philadelphia Mint was the one mint that didn't have a mint mark, so that's how you know it was struck in Philadelphia.
Right. So Rick, as you'll see here, obviously on the stand, we have these coins not in any holders so that you can really see what they look like.
Yeah, close up, right.
But you'll notice on some of these close-up hand shots we're showing, the coins are in these plastic capsules. That's how we're going to deliver these coins.
Exactly.
You're going to get
Protective.
these. Exactly. So that your coins are safe.
See-through, exactly.
You know, they're not going to get any more bag marks.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
they're completely protected from moving around.
They've got a ring there to hold them in place so they don't rattle around. They're going to come in a box where each holder is separated from the other.
Exactly.
And that's the last coin on this scarce date chart. And now, Jack, we get the last two coins in this set. These are the miracle coins.
These are the very scarce date
Page
coins.
3, folks. Fewer than 50,000 certified in all grades.
Right.
This was where we got extremely fortunate because we have a 19010, Jack. A 19010.
Yeah.
To get a 19010, only 42,000 certified in all grades. A New Orleans mint, folks, this rare is very, very special.
And like I said, those late date New Orleans coins are tough to get. You know, I thought it was a big deal that we were able to put some of those other ones in here, the 980, the 020.
Right.
But to be able to put this 010 in here, that was really.
This is a huge bonus, folks,
kinda
to be able
pushes
to
it
do
over
it.
the top.
This entire set, again, if we had prices at $3,500, that would be one thing.
Right.
But it's basically at what we would call a common date price to offer these scarce, very scarce dates. And here's a beautiful example of one of the 010s that we have. I love the New Orleans mint mark. It's a favorite among collectors, that O mint mark.
Right, that's Southern Mint.
Last struck coins in the early 1900s. This is one of the last years they struck any coins. Beautiful luster. Look at the full strike, the breast feathers. All the detail is right there, folks.
Lovely coin.
To survive in this condition, a coin that's 120 plus years old. It's
Yeah.
miraculous.
Yep.
This is why this is such a great opportunity. And then, Jack, the last coin, the 1882p. Going back to our chart one last time, these very scarce dates at the very bottom. 1882p. We have 1882p in this set. You know, it's about twice as rare as the 19010.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
And that 01's a tough coin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, even the scarce dates are tough coins. Right. I mean, they're all tough at this point. It's just a matter of how rare is it. 1882p. We've got an example here to show you. Again, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. So elusive in mint state condition. Again, all Morgan dollars will have marks because, again, the nature of how they were made.
This is not like a modern mint proof coin where they individually strike it and they hand put it in a holder for a collector. The mint's only goal here, their only job was to make coins, you know, for circulation. It wasn't to make them for collectors and keep them pristine. It was they wanted to do a good job, make the best coins they could, but they needed to literally, by law, make millions of these every month.
That's right. You know, Jack, even 50 years ago, mint state condition was not a big concern at the mint, as long as it was uncirculated.
Right.
And this is where we get to the mint state grading scale that we referred to. We showed the viewers that 1881S in mint state 62. You know, in 1986, when PCGS and NGC opened their doors for business, two major grading services, they used the 70-point Sheldon grading scale. And in fact, you just interviewed Harvey
Stack.
Harvey Stack, who's very familiar with the Sheldon grading scale because they had worked with
Dr. Sheldon.
Dr. Sheldon.
Yeah, so I spoke to Harvey recently. He was telling me stories about Dr. William Sheldon, who is a large cent collector. He wrote a book called Penny Whimsy that talked about the rarity of all the different varieties of large cents. And as part of this book, he came up with this grading scale because, you know, they were using all these adjectives, very fine, extremely fine,
Right,
uncirculated for the best coins. And he was trying to make it more definitive, and he used this numeric scale, and he made a 70-point scale where 1 is you can barely recognize it, 70 is it's absolutely
Like
perfect.
our Cirque Morgans might be an 8 or a 10 or something. You know?
Right, yeah, right, exactly. The
Yeah.
circulated ones might be very good 8 or
Yeah.
very good 10, or
Yeah.
you know, if you're lucky, you get an extremely fine 40. You
Yeah.
know, that's a pretty nice coin.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see those in circulation. That's
Right.
a coin that didn't circulate long. But the uncirculated coins, which in the old days they'd call brilliant uncirculated, those coins got a grade of 60 or higher, mint state 60 or
Right.
higher. So when the grading service started, like you said, in the 1980s, PCGS and NGC, they were trying to really make a standardized way of grading because it was the Wild West, and you know people disagreed on
Yeah.
the grade. So they wanted it to be everyone using the same scale. So they went back to this core that Dr. William Sheldon came up with in the 1940s, I think, 40s or 50s, and they used that as the basis for the way we grade coins today. So today, an MS-60 or higher is a coin that never went into circulation.
Right. If you got a bag of silver dollars, the MS-60s would probably be the coins with the most marks in the bag.
Right.
You're going to get the kind of coins that you're seeing here that are going to be really nice mint state examples, hand selected. And that's the beauty of this set. And now again, at 3,500, Jack, this would be a great set. I mean, again, when you see the most common Morgan dollar, the 1881S, dealers asking $450 for examples in very similar quality, and that's the most common date. And that, here we have all these more elusive examples. This is where we got really fortunate, because okay, it's not $3,500 obviously,
Right. Right.
but even $2,495 would have been a pretty good
Oh
price.
yeah. Oh, a fair deal.
Folks, at $19.95, this is a fabulous collection. It's less than $200 a coin.
Right.
For coins like that include the 1879S on page 1.
Tough
It's
coin to get
such
these
a
days.
tough coin.
Wow.
And then we have those 3 coins on page 2, the 98O, the 020, and the 89P. But then page 3 an 010 and an 82P.
Yep.
And, you know, $450 a coin would make this a $4,500 set. You know, $350, $3,500 set. $200 a coin is a fabulous, fabulous opportunity. But this is a Coin Guy special. This is why we're here.
Exactly.
We've got this entire set.
Less than $1,500, Rick. $1,495. $1,495. You're getting all these coins, all 10 of these coins that we talked about, with some really scarce dates on here. You know, you got all these late date O mints. You've got these low mint P mints, that 82P. I mean, for us to be able to put the 82P in here.
$1,495. That's less than $200
Yeah.
a coin. That's less than $150
Less than
a coin.
$150 a
Jack.
coin.
And in this era, when you have bullion, you know, I mean, it's almost, you know, around $30 an ounce.
Right.
These are silver dollars. Great dates in beautiful uncirculated condition,
They're mint
Jack.
state coins, brilliant uncirculated coins.
This is a limited time offer at this price, folks.
Right,
This
this
is really important because we have made so many presentations. When we came out with the coins, they were offered at one price, and then 6 months later, we could no longer fulfill that.
Right.
This is one of those presentations where we have so many better dates in here, and we have the whole set at such a great collector-friendly price. So if you're watching right now, folks, this is, you know, this is a limited time offer. We really hope you can take advantage of it. I mean, this is where I started out in silver dollars. You know, we know our silver dollars. We've assembled some of the finest Morgan dollar collections
Absolutely.
over the decades, folks. And this is a great, great, perfect place to start. $1,495. This available on the 2-pay option.
Yeah. They can give half now, $747.50 now, then a second equal payment in 30 days, and the set is yours. We will keep the set in the vault for you. We'll make sure that the set is here so that you're able to get in on this.
We must emphasize how important that is, because we get a lot of people who will call in, say, a few days or a week later, who want to order the set. And we have to tell them, we're sorry, we can't offer it anymore, we're all out.
Right.
This allows you the opportunity to call in today, just put half down, and we'll hold one of these sets aside for you with your name on it, put it in our vault.
Right.
And you pay the balance in 30 days. It's that easy.
Right. Absolutely.
guaranteed uncirculated Morgan dollars.
Right,
That
so
is so important, the condition rarity.
Exactly. These coins are brilliant uncirculated. We
Yeah.
look at these coins for eye appeal. We don't send you coins that have dark toning or big gashes or anything like that.
Exactly,
There are
exactly,
coins
yeah.
that will technically grade uncirculated mint state that you don't want. They're ugly coins. And those are the coins we kick out. We are not going to send those type of coins out to you.
Look at these beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars with so many tougher dates in here in uncirculated condition. Folks, again, you're getting 10 great coins that we acquired a deal where that we cherry-picked the dates where we could offer you the most numismatic bang for your buck, basically. And, you know, these 10 dates, you know, we've got the 1884 New Orleans Mint, the 1885 New Orleans Mint, and again, you find the mint mark on the reverse of the coin at 6 o'clock. 1904, the last New Orleans minted Morgan dollar, and an 1886 Philadelphia Mint, and then that 1879 San Francisco
San Francisco Mint. That's an important one.
Tough coin, very tough coin. The fact that we could offer those in this set is fantastic. We have them in order of their condition rarity. In other words, how rare they are in uncirculated
Right.
condition. The most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition is the 1881S. That's not in the set.
Right.
We've showed the viewers that uncirculated 81S's in the condition we have these coins go for $400 or $500.
Right.
And here we have an 1884 O. More elusive than the 81S to start the set. Struck in New Orleans, that's what the O means. The second coin, another New Orleans mint, the 1885 O. And then, Jack, a third New Orleans, the last Morgan dollar struck at the New Orleans Mint, the old New Orleans Mint, 1904 O.
Yeah, and that's an important coin. I love
Beautiful.
all those O Mint coins. There's so much rich history.
Very scarce coin in this condition, folks. And then the fourth coin, 1886, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then 1879 struck at the San Francisco
And I love
Mint.
that. I love that coin. Second year of the Morgan dollar, and those San Francisco coins, known for their great luster, great strikes. It's just a great coin.
And then coin number 6. This is where we get to the second page on our Morgan chart, where we get to the next level of rarity. Coins with fewer than 100,000 certified in all mint state grades. 1898 struck at the New Orleans Mint. And it's a miracle that we could have this next coin, the 19020.
Right.
These last two New Orleans Mint pieces.
Yeah, again, this is that page of the chart where we're under 100,000. These
Yeah.
are those scarce dates. And like I said before, I can't stress, those late date New Orleans Mint coins are tough coins to get.
I mean, again, folks, I started specializing in Morgan dollars in the 1980s. 19020 in this condition was a tough coin even back then, and we have that as part of this set. And then we have the 1889P. Only 55,000 folks certified in all uncirculated grades. And then finally, these last two coins, which, you know, if we had the first 8 coins in the set for $14.95, Jack,
great deal.
it would be a fine, fine opportunity. But to have these last two coins, which are the rarest of all, I mean, this is a grand slam opportunity. The 19010, yeah, we're talking about only fewer than 50,000 certified. The 19010. And the last coin, incredibly elusive, the 1882 Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah, that is an
Just
elusive
over
date.
20,000 examples certified in all mint state grades. The entire collection for only $1,495. We want to thank you for watching this presentation.
Yeah.
This is the Coin Guys terrific 10 Morgan collection.
it's a great set.
We put it all on the line for you folks when Jack and I get together to offer you a really, really great United States rare coin opportunity.
Yeah.
And this ranks right at the very top. Thank you for watching.
Thanks so much.
I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
We're the Coin Guys. But please stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up.
I have some of the most remarkable coins that you can find in the entire Liberty Head Gold Half Eagle series. What makes this coin so special is that D mint mark that you see right here on the reverse, representing the Denver Mint. Now, when we break down the total mintage of the Liberty Head Half Eagle series, there's 203 separate issues. Now, out of those 203 issues, only 2 were struck at the Denver Mint, 1906 and 1907. That's enough to make any Denver Mint Gold Half Eagle really stand out as a truly numismatic treasure. Of those 2 issues, the one that really gets me excited is the 1906, because it signals the first year of issue of the Half Eagle denomination at the Denver Mint, and it's the lower mintage of the 2, with just 320,000 coins struck. That isn't even the most impressive part. What makes these coins even more desirable is that the Denver Mint didn't produce any coins of any denomination until 1906. These coins are among the first coins to be struck at the Denver Mint, period, because the facilities weren't open at all until 1906. These coins are truly like nothing else that you can find. Among the first coins struck at the Denver Mint, these are such historic pieces. We are so lucky to have been able to acquire them in this stunning mint state 62 condition. These just shouldn't exist in the condition we have them in today. In fact, if it weren't for the European bank hoard, these coins would certainly have been lost to history during the Great Depression. And many of them were, because during that time, people were much more likely to send gold double eagles or gold eagles, $10 and $20 coins to Europe, than they were to send $5 gold half eagle coins. As a result, the European bank hoard half eagles are excessively difficult to find. These examples are extremely rare, and now is the perfect time to acquire a coin of this historic magnitude. I'm just so grateful to be offering these coins, these $5 gold half eagles, from the first year that the Denver Mint ever struck coins. These 1906D Liberty Head half eagles in mint state 62 condition. And the best part is that they are at a collector-friendly price that doesn't reflect how truly rare these coins really are. The roots of the Denver Mint go all the way back long before 1906 to around 1858 and the Colorado Gold Rush. Much like the California Gold Rush that happened a decade prior, gold had been discovered in the region that would become the state of Colorado. Thousands of people came rushing to the territory, hoping to strike it rich, with the motto, "Pikes Peak or bust," on their lips. Once they got there and started mining, however, they ran into the same problems that miners in other gold rushes had encountered. The gold needed to be weighed, purified, and smelted into something useful, and it was too expensive to ship it out of the territory. That's where the men of Clark Gruber and Company stepped in. They were a private assay office that would take gold dust that the miners found and privately strike it into coins with the same denominations as those struck by the U.S. Mint. Now, there's still a few of those territorial gold coins out there, but they command an incredible premium thanks to their extreme rarity. After a few years, however, the U.S. Mint stepped in and actually bought Clark Gruber and Company out so that they could establish an official mint in Denver. This was actually a pattern the Mint had already established. By 1861, the U.S. already experienced gold rushes in the South and in California. In both situations, large reserves of gold were discovered, which spurred thousands of people to flood into those regions seeking their fortune. The Mint would then establish a branch mint in the area so the gold could be properly minted and integrated into the economy. That's how we ended up with the historic Charlotte, Dahlonega, and New Orleans mints in the South, and of course the beloved San Francisco Mint in California. So when the Mint purchased Clark Gruber and Company to do the same thing, they were following a pattern that had already enjoyed success. There's just one problem. The Denver Mint was formally established on April 21st, 1862, a full year into the American Civil War. By then, the federal government had no resources to allocate into trying to build a mint. They were too focused on trying to win the war. Despite being authorized to establish a mint and strike coins, there just wasn't any way to invest the resources necessary into developing a full-scale mint there. For the next several decades, the Denver Mint had to serve as merely an assay office. They would refine and cast gold that miners brought into bars, but they never were able to strike any coins. By 1897, after decades of waiting, Congress finally provided funds for a new building that could house all of the equipment the Denver Mint needed. Even then, however, it took them until 1904 to have the building finished, and all the employees moved into it, and another 2 years to get all the machinery in place. There are employees who spent their entire careers working at the Denver Mint without actually ever striking a coin. Finally, after over 40 years of waiting, the Denver Mint struck its first coins in 1906. The $5 Liberty Heads I have here are from that very first year of issue for the entire mint, for any denomination. It's not often we get to talk about some of the very first coins to feature the Denver Mint mark, but today we are incredibly fortunate to be offering you these stunning 1906D Liberty Head Gold Half Eagles in remarkable mint state 62 condition. We rarely get half eagles, but to get this historic issue, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. Now, let's take a look at that design. The $5 Liberty Head was designed by Christian Gobrecht all the way back in the late 1830s. This Liberty Head design, which was also used on the gold eagle, the $10 coin, and the gold $2.50 quarter eagle, is a great example of neoclassical art. The moment you look at the coin's obverse, you'll understand what I mean. We have a bust of Lady Liberty surrounded by 13 stars and the year that the coin was minted. The bust is a highly popular form of art in neoclassicism, and museums are full of sculptures from ancient Greece and Rome of famous warriors, philosophers, rulers, like the image you see here. You look closer and you can see that she's wearing a type of crown called a coronet. These coins are actually sometimes called coronet heads instead of Liberty Heads because of that crown she's wearing. When you turn the coin over to the reverse, you see the classic American heraldic eagle, clutching the olive branch and arrows with a shield protecting its chest. Another important thing to note on the reverse is the motto, "In God We Trust." They actually started adding that motto to coins in 1864 and to the $5 half eagles in 1866, just after the Civil War, as a message of hope and reunification after that terrible conflict. And it's been a constant presence on our coinage ever since. Something important to note is that while the $20, $10, and $5 Liberty Head coins were all struck during the same time period, the $5 Liberty Head is often much more difficult to find compared to the other denominations. This is because the $20 and $10 coins were mostly used in bank transactions, where the $5 coin was much more frequently used in everyday commerce. The average wage at the time was around $5 a day back then, so the $5 Liberty Head was a very convenient and easy to use denomination for people. You'd see it used to buy groceries or things they needed in the home. This meant the $5 Liberty Heads were circulated far more than the $10 or $20 counterparts. In the end, this made it so far fewer of these $5 coins survived in mint state condition. Now, let me show you a few things here just to help you understand how few of these coins survive. Like I said, only 2 issues in the entire $5 half eagle, gold half eagle Liberty Head series were struck at the Denver Mint. 1906, the first year here, and 1907. That's out of over 200 different issues in this series. Different date and mint mark combinations. Most of course, Philadelphia struck them in 70 different years. 51 San Francisco issues. Even Dahlonega and Charlotte, which are famous for being a very short-lived, series, those Southern mints only produce coins for a short period of time, 22, 23 coins. Carson City, obviously a famous, rare, mint that only lasted a short period of time. New Orleans, and then you see Denver. The $5 Liberty Head Gold Half Eagle series. Only 2 coins were struck at the Denver Mint. Out of all those different combinations of date and mint marks, all those different issues, this Liberty Head Gold Half Eagle series, there are a total of over 60 million coins struck. Out of that 60 million coins, only 1.2 million were struck at the Denver Mint. Now that is a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of coins. Now keep in mind, out of that 1.2 million, the 1906D has the lower of the two mints. Only 320,000 of these coins of that 1.2 million were struck in that first year of issue. I mean, less than 2% of all the Liberty Head Gold Half Eagles were struck at Denver, and of those, a fraction, only about a quarter of those were struck during 1906. Now, keep in mind, besides the mintage of how many coins are struck, so many of these were officially melted. In the 1930s, in the Great Depression, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he pronounced an executive order that forced Americans to turn their gold in to be melted down. During that period, the U.S. government officially melted over a third of all the $5 gold coins that had been struck at that point. So we don't have record of if they were Liberty Heads or Indian Heads, but you can see a massive amount of coins, about a third of all the $5 gold coins that were ever made, disappeared that way. So the survivorship of these coins is so low today. And again, like I said, the original mintage of these coins was only 320,000 pieces. But the amount of coins that survive in mint state, not just mint state 62, any grade of mint state, 60 and higher, coins that are considered uncirculated, is only about 2,600 coins that PCGS has certified. Less than 1% of the entire mintage has been certified in mint state by PCGS. So just to give you an idea, the rarity of these coins. And here's an example of a 1908P, a Philadelphia mint issue, a little bit higher mintage, about 421,000 coins minted of this coin. So a coin that's of similar rarity, and here you see it's not the first year of the mint. It's not one of those iconic Denver Mint issues. This is a Philadelphia Mint. It's a great coin. This coin over $1,200. But today, these coins we have today, they were struck in 1906, and they essentially remain in a bag until now. That's the only way coins like this survive in this kind of condition. They came from a bag that was stored in Europe. That bag was brought back decades later, and now they've been graded all these years later. And today, I have these examples in mint state 62 for just $995. Just think about that. Only $995 for this classic American coin from the first year of production at the Denver Mint. And not only is it the first year of production of Denver, but it is struck in gold. And today you can get this gold coin from the first year of the Denver Mint for less than $1,000. This is the type of coin I would love for everyone watching right now to be able to acquire. A low mintage date that rarely comes out from the European Bank Court. I mean, that is just remarkable. This is the perfect type of coin to keep in the family, to pass down, make it a family heirloom. And in mint state 62 condition, this is just unbelievable. It's less than $1,000. Earlier in the show, I mentioned that these coins have been graded mint state 62 condition. If you're new to collecting coins, coins are graded using what's called the Sheldon scale to determine their quality. On this scale, a grade of 1 means the coin is incredibly worn down. It's so worn, the surface, it's barely legible. You can barely tell what it is. Now, the finest quality coins, on the other hand, will grade mint state condition. Only coins that have never been circulated, show no wear, can grade mint state condition. On the Sheldon scale, a mint state coin is a coin with a grade of at least a 60. These examples that you see with me here today are graded mint state 62, firmly in that brilliant uncirculated mint state category. This means that they're in great condition and they have incredible eye appeal, but they won't break the bank. Out of a tiny mintage of just 320,000 examples, only 881 have been graded in mint state 62 condition by PCGS. It's important to remember that when they're striking these coins, they weren't striking them for us collectors, to put in our collections over a century later. These coins were meant for commerce. They were struck to serve a practical and useful role. So after they're struck on the die press, these coins, they'd get ejected from the press, they'd go in a bin, the coins would be falling on top of each other, then they'd get dumped into a counting machine, they'd bump around some more, they'd get sorted in bags, they'd get shipped across the country. Through every step of this process, they're bumping and abrading against each other. What you end up is a lot of coins that have a lot of gouges and bag marks on the surfaces. Even coins that never circulated could end up looking pretty beat up. But the examples I have today are in mint state 62 condition, meaning they never circulated. And even though they might have some minor imperfections from the striking process, these coins have excellent eye appeal and they have great luster. You look at the coins I have with me and they still look stunning, even 100 years after they're struck. Then on top of that, you factor in that Executive Order 6102 of 1933. This was in the middle of the Great Depression, when people were hoarding as much gold as they could get away with to hopefully protect themselves from further financial woes. But the problem was that with all that hoarding, no one was actually spending money, which just made the Depression worse. Now, to counter that, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt issued Executive Order 6102, which required Americans to turn over any gold to be melted down, and they were reimbursed with paper money instead. Millions upon millions of gold coins were lost this way, including, like I showed you on that chart, 33% of all $5 gold coins ever struck. A full third of the $5 Half Eagle mintage was erased. What a lot of Americans said was, okay, it's illegal for me to own gold coins here in America, but it's not illegal for me to own them in Europe. So most of the surviving gold coins that we have today were those that were sent overseas to banks in Europe where they wouldn't be melted. However, when people did this, they usually only sent $20 and $10 gold coins, since that was the most efficient way for them to send large amounts of money. Most $5 coins, like the ones you see now, were left behind in America and they were lost forever. Went to the melting pot. What that means is that survivors like these coins are some of the luckiest examples on the market, and they've avoided so many different ways that they could have been destroyed to be here with us now. We get a lot of rare coins on this show, coins that I never thought I'd be able to get a hold of, and we bring these coins to collectors across the country. And this 1906 Liberty Head Gold Half Eagle is right on top of that list. Only 320,000 minted. That is a minuscule number. And then you think of how many Executive Order 6102 destroyed, and it's even fewer than that. Then you think about how it is for one of only 2 issues for this series that were struck in Denver. And these examples were struck in that first year that the Denver mint produced coinage of any denomination. Then you look at the survivorship of just over 800 coins that are created mint state 62 by PCGS. This is a truly remarkable specimen that I'm so proud to be offering you today. If you wanted to buy just one half eagle, then this is the one I would certainly recommend for your collection. And let's not forget, this example has been preserved in beautiful mint state 62 condition. Brilliant uncirculated. These coins literally should not exist in this condition. It's rare for us to get any half eagles from the European bank hoard, but to get these 1906D half eagles from the first year that the Denver Mint produced coins, I mean, this is a dream come true. I mean, now, you have this opportunity to get one of these rare, historic, truly historic, $5 1906D Liberty Heads in mint state 62 condition for less than $1,000, just $995. If you could get 2 or 3 of these, do it, because there's no telling when the next time we're going to get a historic issue like this in, and these coins are going to go fast. Please do not hesitate to call in for this phenomenal coin today, because if you wait until tomorrow, there's no guaranteeing that these are still going to be around. Take advantage of this offer today. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Jack McNamara.
There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, we have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build a numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Hello, folks. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Rick Tamaska, and I've specialized in improved coins now since the 1980s. And what I have for you today are some amazing, amazing proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, folks. This is from an earlier era. If you're looking for a numismatic opportunity, some United States rare coins that are truly rare. Now that word rare is thrown around a lot. You know, some like to quote rare coins that may exist in the hundreds of thousands in the condition they're being offered. Now, that's not exactly common if they're in the hundreds of thousands. I wouldn't be calling them rare. They may be scarce, but not really rare. Well, I have a rare coin collection today that I don't think I would ever be able to offer at the price I have them for today. It's really sensational. Some of these coins, there's only a couple thousand of them graded in the condition I have them in for you. And they're at such a great, great price. This is an opportunity that came along, and it was one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. I'd like you to take a look at this collection, folks. This is amazing. These are United States proof coins. They're all the proof coins struck by the United States Philadelphia Mint from 1955 to the last year of the Franklin Half Dollar Series, 1963, in phenomenal Proof 67 condition. Now, these coins are flawless to the naked eye, exhibiting none of the flaws proof coins from this early era are so typically plagued by. Just as pristine and haze-free and spot-free as the day they were struck, about some of them, 60 years ago and more. That's just a sample. Now, folks, I've specialized in these coins since the 1980s. In my opinion, there is no other collector series in U.S. numismatics today that offers an individual so much rarity, so much eye appeal, and so much quality in Proof 67. At the price I'm able to offer a limited quantity of these proof coins for you today. It's a limited quantity. Now, my wife Ilona and I own a few acres of property in southwest Colorado. It's near a town named Dolores. Now, Ilona lived in Durango, Colorado for a few years, and Durango, Colorado is not far from Dolores, and she lived there for a few years before I met her. So we bought some land out near Dolores with the idea of building a cabin there. Well, I don't know if you'd call it up in the mountains, but the property is up around 7,500 feet. Now, cabin life is not exactly for me, but as long as I have a warm bed, fireplace for the cold nights, an internet hookup, and a refrigerator, I could see living there part-time at least, and Ilona, my wife, would love it. She'd love it. She loves the mountain life there. It's a nice piece of property. It's next to a state reserve, where we can find elk tracks on our property. And as a guy who grew up in the suburbs, I really appreciate that country. So a couple people in the area there know I have a coin show. And it always surprises me when I bump into someone who recognizes me. My last name is kind of unique, but the gratifying part is when I hear from people, and often they're couples, who talk about how they enjoy watching our show. And that's a very good feeling. And that's my primary motivator. I'm not up here to waste your time. I'm not here because I have this need to be in front of a camera, because I don't. Never did. I sort of stumbled into this, was invited onto a show many years ago, and events kind of unfolded from there. Anyway, I had a conversation with someone who knew someone who owned a collection, a small hoard of original proof sets from 1950 to 1964. Just about 5,000 sets in all, close to 5,000 sets, almost all of which were still mint sealed. They'd never been opened. Now, the majority of these sets were dated in the 1960s, and I've still got one of the boxes still sealed. 75 sets of 1961s in this box. Now, after some negotiation over the next couple months with this person, I acquired the majority of the sealed sets from this collection, one of which you see right here. I'm calling it the Dolores Collection, or Dolores, Colorado. Now, the 1950 to 1964 era is the sweet spot in United States proof coins. Why? Why is this such a great era? Well, first of all, what is a proof coin? Now, a proof coin, folks, is a very, very special kind of coin. It's meant to represent the state of the art. In the early days, in the early 1800s, proof coins were struck strictly for very important people, dignitaries, ambassadors, kings or queens. They were struck in very limited numbers. Sometimes they might only struck 5 or 10 examples. They would specially prepare the dies. They would polish them to a very high level until the dies had a mirror-like finish. And they would take the coin blanks, carefully weigh them and prepare them as well. And then they would strike these coins under higher pressure and strike them at least twice to bring out every possible detail of the coin. And that's pretty much the same kind of technology that they used during this era from 1950 to 1964 at the Philadelphia Mint. Now, I've got an example of a Mint State Franklin and a Proof Franklin, so you can see the difference. Sasha will show you a Mint State Franklin, a coin struck for commerce, and you can see the satiny, non-mirrored surfaces of the Mint State Franklin. Now again, these are silver coins. The Franklins were struck in 90% silver. And the Proof coin has a mirrored finish, as you can see there, because it was struck from a highly polished die. Now these Proof dies would only strike a few thousand coins before they would remove the die and repolish the surfaces. That Mint State coin there, you can see the satiny surfaces, not a highly polished die, has some abrasions on the cheek and in the fields because, again, it was dumped into a bin. So a Proof coin, folks, is meant to represent the highest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of that era. Now, over the past 40 years, especially beginning in the mid-1970s, the Mint has been making great strides in the technology and packaging of United States Proof coins. When you buy a Proof set today, it truly represents perfection. Here's a set from 1991. You know, the set is going to be 30 years old. And the coins are just, this is perfection, really, to the naked eye. This is as good as it gets. But this is modern technology. This is modern technology. 1950 to 64 Proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. These modern Proof coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint with this new technology. Back in this earlier era, they were using technology that was basically the same technology that they used in the 1800s. It's hard to believe. These were the last Proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint using those older technologies. And these were the last of the half dollars, quarters, and dimes struck on 90% silver planchets. Because after 1964, they took silver out of the dimes and quarters and they struck them in clad. And the half dollars were in 65 reduced from 90% silver to 40% silver. And in 1971, they removed all the silver entirely. And so these Proof coins were struck in very, very low numbers. And here's a mintage comparing the mintages of just the Lincoln cent from 1955 to 1963 in Proof and in Mint State. And you could see, you take that 1955 year, they struck, almost 1 billion Lincoln cents for commerce. Proof Lincoln cents, only 378,000. 1963, the last year set I have for you today, they struck 2.5 billion Lincoln cents for commerce. Just 3 million. 3 million in Proof. About 1/1000th as many Proof coins. Now, the coins from this earlier era, the Proof coins, again, they didn't have the technology back then that they have today. They didn't have the packaging that they have today. I mean, these modern sets are housed in these hard plastic packaging that's inert, so the coins don't tone and develop haze and spotting. Most of the Proof coins from this earlier era are flawed because of the poor quality control, poor packaging. You have to understand that in this earlier era, before all this technology took over, these coins, were struck by men who were really craftsmen. The dies had to be prepared by craftsmen to polish the dies. And you had good craftsmen, and you had guys that, or maybe apprentices that needed, some training. And so the dies wouldn't be prepared as well. And the coin blanks quite often wouldn't be cleaned as well as they should be before striking. and then they weren't handled as well. And so you had a lot of coins that came directly from the mint with flaws. And it was a huge problem during this era at the Philadelphia Mint. And I've got Exhibit A here. Exhibit A that some of my viewers, longtime viewers, have seen before, a group of 1958 proof sets I bought a few years back. And there was about 100 sets that were still sealed. And after I had opened up 10 or 15 sets, and every one of the halves were spotted. A very, very common problem back then. I said to myself, this is just one of those batches. I'm going to use it as a teaching tool for our viewers. And so I've got just about 10 or 12 of these sets left now today, and I'm going to pull a couple of them out. This is an original 1958 proof set, folks. Now, they only struck about 800,000 sets. Almost all of them have been opened up to now. And to find a group of sealed sets like this is amazing. Now, again, these were struck in very modest numbers. If you go back to those earlier mintage figures, 1963, 62, 61, they struck about 3 million proof sets. The vast majority of those folks have been opened and inspected for their proof coins. At this point in time, with the popularity of the United States proof coins growing by the week, virtually every one has been picked through. So what you're seeing nowadays are a lot of sets coming onto the market that the people selling the sets are telling you that they're sealed sets, and they offer them as sealed sets. But what's going on today is a cottage industry in what I call fake sets, where there's a lot of guys out there, folks, who are actually making proof sets that look like original, genuine United States proof sets. Here's an example of a 1959 set that I bought just as an instructional tool. This is not an original set. It's made to look like an original set, but take a look, first of all, the color of the paper. That's the first giveaway. I mean, this is not 60-year-old paper, all right? And then you open it up, and the cellophane used to house this set is not original government cellophane packaging. You could tell by the perimeter here how it's sealed. I'm going to open this 58 set up for you. We're going to take a look at it. Do I have a scissors here? Yes. Here we go, live on stage, 1958. One of the big problems with proofs, the silver coins from this era, are a phenomenon we call milk spots that I write about in my first book. So many of these silver coins have milk spots. We call them milk spots because they're white spots. But what it really is soap residue. One of the procedures that they had back in this early era was to clean the silver planchets in a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash that soap solution off the coin blank before it went into the die. However, as I said earlier, you had good craftsmen and some guys who were apprentices who really, needed to learn their trade. Quite often, a lot of that soap residue was not washed off the planchet. So when that planchet went into the die, with that soap residue left on it, and that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, the residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. It can't be removed. And so those are very low quality, low grade proof coins. Now I just cut this set open, folks, and I'm going to take a look at it so you and I get to see these coins for the very first time. And as I said, this batch of 58s is so typical. This is a big problem of proof coins from 1958 through 1964. Now you take a look at this set. It looks pretty nice. It looks like, wow, this is a nice set. But we're looking at it through the cellophane, and the cellophane is kind of opaque, and it kind of obscures minor little spotting that may not be obvious once we get the coin out. And when we get the coin out, we see something else. Take a look at this. Now, this is one of the nicer examples. But you can see some real obvious spots, folks, once we cut it out. Where you couldn't see it when it was in the cellophane, look right below his chin there, a big spot right above the date, and several small spots in front of his face. At the top of his head, a lot of, these are all milk spots. And as we tilt it around, we can see a lot of milk spots. There's at least a dozen milk spots on the obverse of this coin. And they're random, because again, this is soap residue. And the reverse has several spots as well. Now, I cut it out of the cellophane. This cellophane, notice the corrugation here of the cellophane from this original government proof set. This is an original set. This is how they come. You notice how it's corrugated here. This is the fake set, folks. You notice the difference. You don't see that. All right? There's so many of these sets on the market. And what people are doing are taking these low-grade proof coins, putting them in their own packaging, having these fake envelopes made, made to look like original government envelopes, and then sealing them and offering them as an original set. So they buy the coins really cheap because they're low quality, and they sell them for a premium. Now, this is a 58 I showed you. 63s have the same problem. Here's a couple of 1963s. Sasha showed you one earlier, but they have the same kind of spotting problem. And you can see those milk spots. It's horrible. Milk spots are just one problem, and spotting of all various kinds. The other problem are what we call hairlines, very fine light scratches on the surface of the proof coin. The proof coin, again, it has a mirrored surface. And the cellophane packaging, folks, is pliable. So the cellophane's always rubbing against the surface of the coin, and it creates light scratches in the fields. And we've got one that, a 1961 we cut out. And this one is not bad at all. It's probably about a proof 65, but you notice those vertical scratches in back of Franklin's head there as Sasha tilts it around. You can see those fine, very light scratches. It would be like if you had your bathroom mirror and you had some fogginess on the mirror and you took a cloth. Then it wasn't the softest cloth. Maybe it was a little abrasive, but you wiped the mirror there and it looked fine, but then you turn the light on and all of a sudden you see these very fine light scratches in the mirror. That, you permanently damaged the mirror. That's what happens to these proof coins. So to get these proof coins surviving in proof 67, when I opened these sealed sets, the quality of this collection was extraordinary. Now, I held my breath when I began unsealing the sets, but I couldn't believe my good fortune. My immediate thought was, my viewers are going to love this. Wow, this is extraordinary. My job is to tell you the story, to help you appreciate the historic, consequential, truly earth-shattering opportunity I have for you today. Let's start with the last year of this set, the 1963. These are extraordinary. I mean, they're flawless to the eye. No spotting, none of the hairlines you see on that so that are so typical of these coins. It is like a modern proof, and they are so rare like this. NGC is only graded around 13,000 examples out of a mintage of 3 million in proof 67 condition. That's the total population. That's the half, the quarter. Everyone absolutely pristine. Flawless. I mean, this is such a thrill for me. Here I've been doing this for, since the early 1980s, looking at the finest proof coins from this era. And to find proof coins of this caliber, spot-free, hairline-free, is just a thrill. And especially when you see the price I have these sets at, folks. Because, when I bought this deal, I anticipated a lot of spotted coins, a lot of hairline coins, and the quality was just beyond my wildest dreams. And I'm passing my good fortune on to you folks with the price I have these sets for today. quickly, take a look at the populations of these coins, how rare they are. The 1963, of all the Franklin halves, it's the least rare in proof 67. By no means can I call it common. Again, when you have, rare coins, like ASC silver dollars in Mint State 69, where they've graded hundreds of thousands of them. Here you've got 13,000 graded of the Franklin half, 3,500 of the quarter, 2,500 of the Roosevelt dime, about 3,000 of the Jefferson nickel, only around 2,300 of the Lincoln cent in proof 67 condition for 1963. Now, every coin will be graded by NGC. NGC is the same grading service that houses the Smithsonian collection. In the Smithsonian houses the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. They use NGC for their collection. The holders use the finest medical grade plastics. They're airtight. They're really state-of-the-art. To get a single coin graded by NGC, folks, a single coin, the grading fee is $20. They have a $10 handling fee. The shipping fee is $24. You have the shipping fee to ship the coin to them. You have the cost of the coin. Your average cost is going to be around $100 per coin. You multiply that by 5, that's $500 just for the grading fees and the cost of the coin, and there's no guarantee you're going to get a proof 67. One tiny little hairline and you've got a proof 66. So you can see when these coins are offered, 1963 and proof 67 of Franklin, a top-rated seller on eBay. This is not a fly-by-night guy. This is a top-rated seller, over 4,000 happy customers, $350 just for the Franklin half dollar. Here's a Washington quarter, proof 67. Top-rated seller, $65. Here's another Washington quarter, proof 67. Top-rated seller, $80. You take the lower price, just those two coins, the half dollar and the quarter, that's over $400, excuse me. Roosevelt dime, $99. We're over $500 now for just those three coins. Jefferson nickel, Lincoln cent, over $600. Folks, if you want a 1963 set, the last year in the series, in this great series, the entire 5-coin set, $199 for all 5 coins. That's about $40 for each coin in the 5-coin set, NGC proof 67. Now the next date, the 1962. A little bit tougher than the 63. You can see only 12,400 graded. We got the 61. 14,500 graded. The 60 and the 59 become really elusive, just over 10,000 graded of the Franklin. And then the Lincoln cents, you've got those, again, just over 2,000 graded for those. The 62, folks, if you want a 62, we've got this 62 here also. Take a look at this 62, as flawless and perfect as the 63 set. This set also, the 1962 set, is also only $199 for all 5 coins. Now, there's a limit of 3 of any 1 year per customer. I have a limited number of these sets in proof 67. I can't have somebody ordering 40 sets or 45 sets and then cleaning me out of a particular date, because we're going to have people who are going to want to get the entire 9-year set collection, 1955 to 1963. This set is only $199. Now we go to the 1961 year set. All 5 coins. Again, here's a 1961. Here's a comp for 61. Again, a top-rated seller. $350. We've got the entire set, again, $199. $199. Folks, if you try to do this on your own, it would cost you a heck of a lot more than $199. When I bought this collection, I sent the coins to NGC. I worked out the lowest possible grading fee with them on this collection. and I'm passing the savings on to you. I didn't expect these coins to grade Proof 67. I bought them at a much lower price. Normally I'd have to sell these sets for a lot more than $199, but I got a great deal and I'm passing the savings on to you. Now the next year, the 1960, even tougher. 1960 is extremely difficult. The 1960, folks, is $249. $249 for the 1960. And now we get to the 1959 set. This was a significant year because this was the first year the Lincoln set was struck with the memorial reverse. Now, the 1959 half, again, is a very, very tough date. It had a lower mintage. They just struck about 1 million proof sets that year. Spotting was a major, major issue. Here's a 1959, just for the Franklin half dollar, $450, just for the half dollar, folks, NGC Proof 67. Here's a top-rated seller, 1959. Top-rated seller, he wants $800 for his Franklin in Proof 67. We've got this 1959 set, and again, Sasha will show you the Lincoln set. This was the first year the Lincoln set was struck with the memorial reverse. I've got this 1959 set, not for $1,000 or $900 or $800 or $450 for the entire 5-coin set. Again, $249 for the 5-coin set. Now, folks, that comes to $1,095 if you bought the sets individually from 1959 to 1963. But here's what I'm able to do. While I have these sets from this Dolores collection, while I have these sets, again, the grades were so superb, I'm able to price the entire 5-coin set, all 5 years, for only $199 a set per year. If you get all five for only $995. The 1959 and 1963, you get all 5 for only $995. That's $199 a set. So you're getting this 59 and the 60 at the 1963 price. Now finally, we got a lot of people calling in. We get to the really early years, the really, really tough years. I'm going to show you this population chart one last time here where we get to the 58, the 57, the 56, and the 55. This is where the mintages get really, really low. The 1955, they only issued 378,000 proof sets that year. 56, only 669,000 sets. 57, they had over 1 million sets, 1.2 million. The 58, only 875,000, and then you had the big spotting problem. The 58, the 56, and the 55 are the rarest Franklins in Proof 67 condition. And then you get those Lincoln cents, which are so incredibly rare. Now the 58 set is the next set, folks. This is a significant set because you have that Franklin half, which is so rare in Proof 67 condition. And it's the last year of the wheatback Lincoln cent, which are extremely valuable to Lincoln cent collectors. Every coin in Proof 67, Sasha will show you the wheatback Lincoln. These are in tremendous demand. The Lincoln cents are the toughest proof coins, along with the Franklin, to get in really high grade because they're copper. They're most reactive of all the metals. Very few Lincoln cents this old have survived in the condition you see this coin. And it's, again, the last of the wheatback Lincolns, folks. I've got the entire 1958 year set for $329. $329. Now the next set, I'm going to be going real fast here on these last 3 years. We've got to close it out. I have a limited number of these earlier years. The 1957 set, not as difficult as the 58 set. They didn't have the milk spotting problem in 1957, so the Franklin is not quite as rare in 6.7 for 1957 as the 1958. I'm able to offer this 57 set for only $249. Again, that includes the Wheatback Lincoln. But then we get to the 1956 set, where the midage, when you go into these mid-50s and earlier, the midages get really, really low because our economy, we didn't have we didn't have the middle class back then that was as large a collector base as we do today, folks. Not a lot of people could afford collecting back in the mid-50s. We were just coming out of World War II, so you didn't have the demand for proof coins back in the mid-50s as you do today because people couldn't afford them. So they only struck 669,000 of these sets, folks. And I've got these 1956 sets for only $329 for the entire set. And finally, the 1955 year set. This is the real toughie. Just over 5,000 of the half dollars graded in proof 67 condition. Then the Lincoln cent. Again, total mintage, 378,200 coins. Very few surviving, just a few thousand of these proof miners in proof 67 condition. Take a look at this 1955 Lincoln. If you want the 55-year set, the entire 5-coin set is $479. Again, if you just want the 55 set by itself, it's $479. There is a limit of 3 of these sets if that's all you want. I can only sell you 3 sets max because we have a lot of people who are going to want the complete 1955 to 1963 year set. Now, here's the best part of all. If you've never bought a proof coin, now's the time to do it from this era. I want you to get the entire set, 1955 to 1963. While I have the coins from this collection, we have a limited number of these coins from this collection. While I have them, if you get all 9 years, all 45 coins, folks, think about it, all 45 coins, just the grading fees alone. You do the math. If the average person were to try this, just the grading fees alone, it's going to cost you at least $4,000. And you're not going to get proof 67s for all 45 coins. It doesn't figure the cost of the coin. I mean, some of those early dates are very, very expensive. The 1955, the 1956, the 57, the 58, 59. If you get all 9 sets, 45 coins, the entire set, folks, call in now because I'm able to offer all 9 years, the entire 45 coin set, all 9 years for $199.44 a set, $1,795. So in other words, you're getting the 55, the 56, the 57, the 58, the 59, and the 60 for the same price as the 1963, essentially. The entire 45 coin collection, $1,795 while I have these coins from this magnificent, I'm calling it the Dolores collection. An individual who had put these sets away, lived in southwestern Colorado. He had just about 5,000 of these sets. Most of them were sealed. We acquired most of the sets. He's holding on to a small group. I've still got 1 box here of 61s that I haven't opened from the collection. Just to show you what, you just don't find these anymore, folks. You just do not find actual sealed boxes of proof sets that are 60 years old. Think about that. How many people would buy a box of proof sets from the U.S. Mint and hold on to it for 50, 60 years and never open it? You know, it just doesn't happen that often. I mean, if you're like me, I get it from the Mint. The first thing I do is open it to look at the coins. That's the normal reaction. In this particular case, they stayed sealed for some 60 years. We got the collection, the quality was phenomenal, and I'm passing the savings on to you. You can own all 9 of these while I have the coins from this collection for only $1,795 for the entire 45 coin collection from 1955 to 1963. Every proof coin struck by the United States Philadelphia Mint in this early era, where proof making was much more a craft than it is today, where you had to have good craftsmen to strike proof coins of this kind of quality. And they had to have been stored so perfectly to be preserved in the condition you see them in. It's a rare, rare opportunity. You'll never see another collection like this at this kind of price, folks. While I have them, this is my specialty. This is why I'm working on my next United States proof coin book, because this is an area that offers so much potential for the collector of today, where you get so much eye appeal. The ultimate in eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. These are proof coins, the finest surviving examples from the Philadelphia Mint when proofs were still being made what I call the old-fashioned way, you know, where they didn't have the technology that they had today, where you had to have the finest craftsmen to make proof coins without all the milk spots, without all the hairlines. And we've got among the finest you'll ever see here, and we've got the entire set for only $1,795. Folks, we did the math. 45 coins, $17.95, that's less than $40 a coin, all right? $40 a coin. They're all graded by NGC, the state-of-the-art NGC holders in superb condition. Think about that, less than $40 a coin for these magnificent proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Year generally doesn't generate this kind of excitement for a brand new issue from the United States Mint, but this is no ordinary year. This is 2021, where the U.S. Mint and coin collectors all over this great country are transitioning with all kinds of great coins. What I mean by that is mid-year, something that happens very, very infrequently. Midway through the year, we are changing designs on so many of the great coins that we have known and loved for generations. And top of that list is the United States Gold Eagle series. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the brand new Type 2 reverse of the American Gold Eagle, the $5 gold denomination. But wait, because this coin is for collectors all over the world, we have a very, very special issue. We have a coin that is a perfect Mint State 70. Let me say that again. Perfect condition, flawless, an example with no imperfections, an example that has been studied rigorously by no less than 3 expert coin graders who have come to the exact same conclusion. Each and every one of these coins is a perfect Mint State 70. Now, 70 is the highest numerical grade an uncirculated coin can achieve. A 60 is the beginning of the uncirculated category, a Mint State 60. Well, Mint State 60 and then 61, culminating at the ultimate grade for any coin, MS70. Absolute perfect condition. So to just say, in a very popular term, that this coin is in mint condition, you see that a lot. No, it's a little bit more than that to it. It's not just in mint condition, it's in perfect mint condition. This is unusual. This is an opportunity to guarantee yourself getting in on one of these coins. There's no guarantees ordinarily, and here's why. Take a look down at the very bottom of the short table, and you'll see in red the urgency to get on the phone. 2.9% of the time. The series contains almost 15 million examples. NGC has graded, and we're talking about 1986 all the way to 2021. In all that time, NGC has graded only 442,628 examples in a perfect MS-70 grade. And percentage-wise, that's only 2.9%. And when you look at the collector's proofs, or the collector burnished dies, or the collector reverse proofs, that percentage, way higher. Pretty low, but way higher. Only the mint states can lay that claim to fame, 2.9%. And I stress that because there's no waiting, there's no guarantee, except for right now. Right now, for $395, I am guaranteeing you an opportunity to stock up, to collect, to own the very first Type 2 reverse of the American Gold Eagle in a certified Mint State 70 in our exclusive Reagan Norris label. Jenny Norris designed the Type 2 reverse, and that's a big step. This is her first design contribution to the United States Mint catalog, and I'm sure it's going to be one of many to follow. Because Jenny Norris is quite the prolific artist, but this is her first United States Mint entry. And it's known as the Vigilant American Eagle. You know, when you're vigilant, you're always watching over and watching out. And that's the emotion and the symbolism of this coin and really of America. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the beginning of a journey where you're going to have the opportunity to acquire perfect mint condition United States gold issues, commencing with this very first one of a brand new series, the Type 2. And your collecting dreams are going to be fulfilled. And you can take this dream out as far as collectors took the Type 1 series, and that would have been from 1986 all the way to midway through this year. And that's the thing. Normally when we're introducing these new coins, when they first come out, it's the beginning of the year or the end of the previous year. We're gearing up for that launch of the brand new year. But this year is very, very different. Midway through the year, the family of Eagles design was retired, and a brand new Type 2, we call the family of Eagles reverse, the Type 1s, and the Type 2 series is just beginning. $395. And one more time, I want you to take a look at a fact that cannot be denied, and that's right here. Take a look at the mintages of the entire series to date. How many have been certified in a Mint State 70 condition, and that percentage. Now, let me just say this. All of these coins that the U.S. Mint has issued have become collectible in their own right. Collectors from all over the spectrum of numismatics, and what I mean by that is collectors who love matte finish coins, and collectors who love business strikes, and collectors who love proofs and reverse proofs. All of these collectors are enthusiastic when a brand new series is launched. But the enthusiasm is at a fevered pitch right now. And the reason for it is as we look back through the previous years, we see that none of the examples of these great coins that the Mint strikes grade in a perfect Mint State 70 as rarely as these do. These are the hardest to acquire in a perfect grade. They're not double struck like the collector coins that you order directly from the U.S. Mint, the proofs. You know, those are struck multiple times and the reject rate is almost one for every one they accept. No, the business strikes, the Mint States that you're looking at right there, they're struck on a high-speed press. And though they expect the quality to be fantastic, they're not struck for quality, they're struck for quantity. So when we find one in a perfect grade, it's newsworthy. It's a big deal. Every one of these coins we have are exactly that. First release, a brand new series beginning right now with these Type 2s. $5 gold, a traditional denomination that was a workhorse denomination of commerce, familiar to so many collectors who collect classic gold. And when you write down that path, you might as well mention the ultimate design of beauty of Augustus St. Gaudens' allegorical of liberty is featured on the obverse of this coin as it has always been. But the reverse, this brand new rendition of America's eagle, is stunning. In fact, it is the most close-up view, the most studied view of an American eagle ever depicted on a United States coin. And when you see this reverse, you'll understand why it is called the vigilant American eagle, because you can see that eye. It's watching you. It's watching over you. That's the emotion that it's meant to stir in the collector. Mint State 70 is a grade of a coin that is hard to achieve. Of all the different American eagles, the different finishes, the Mint State coins are the hardest to achieve in the ultimate grade of perfection. $395. Now, I want to say this. When you study the figures, 2.9% of these coins, how many coins will you have to submit to get one perfect grade 70? Think about that. Think about the multitudes of coins it will take just to get one perfect grade. Think of the investment that you will have to make in coins that are uncertified and send them to grading. So the cost of the coin, the grading, impossible to do for $395. That's the hard work. That's the leg work. That's what we specialize in. That's what we do on a daily basis. And the end result, $395 mint rarity, $395 brand new reverse, brand new issue, the start of a new series. And I'll tell you, this series has a big head start. It has been established, beloved, collected, hoarded, sought after since 1986. In fact, that day in 1985, when President Ronald Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act, that began everything. And 1986 was a monumental year. I want to show you what I mean. Here is a 1986 $5 gold eagle in a Mint State 70, a perfect grade coin. And this coin was auctioned off, but it didn't bring $395. It brought $1,185. And it's the same grade. Now I want to show you a 1987. This one is also a Mint State 70, a perfect coin. And again, we don't know what the mintages are going to be of these coins, folks. But we do know this. In a transition year, you only have half the year to strike the coins. When we look back in history at every transitional year, 1907 Liberty to 1907 Saint, 1909 Indian Head Penny to the 1909 Lincoln, we see in those transitional years that you simply cannot make as many coins of a given type when you start middle of the year. That's going to happen this year. Now, they're hard to get in 70 already. When you reduce the amount that are available, it's a lot of work. So I want you to save not just money, because saving money is fantastic, but think about all the legwork. And what about buying coins ungraded and submitting, 10, 20, 30 coins and not getting one single perfect grade back? Wow. Give us a call. $395. Perfect Mint State 70 grade. One of the most sought after examples. And by the way, I mentioned the 1986. Well, they minted almost 1 million of the $5 gold. They're very hard to find today, folks. They're not sitting on the shelves at the mint. They are amongst all collectors, hidden away forever, part of coin collections. This Type 2 is the beginning of a lot of great coin collections. We've seen it in the past, It's going to continue. It always continues. Well, 1987, almost 600,000 issued. And they had the whole year to produce them. And 1997, over 400,000 coins. And again, folks, I don't know how many of these coins are going to be made, but I do know that they didn't start striking them at the beginning of the year. They started striking right now. So they're very short in schedule. And let's not forget, we're in very trying times still. Mint production is yet to ramp up. I love this coin. The grade is the highest example attainable. The price is amazing. And again, all the hard work of achieving just one of these coins in a perfect grade, you have left to us. We take that matter very seriously. Now, this is a pre-sale. We have yet to receive the coins, and that's the most exciting part about this deal. You know, I cannot tell you how many articles I've read about production at the Mint and how few perfect coins are being issued. I remember in 2017, to commemorate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint, a special Lincoln Penny series was issued with a mint mark on it that you'd never seen before. And there were articles about how difficult it was to source these coins in a perfect grade. Well, year in and year out, you hear it about all kinds of American coins. I don't want that to happen to any collectors when right now, at a great price, with so much convenience and so much quality, you can own for $395, not just this coin, but the peace of mind, the fact that you've done it, the fact that you can acquire more of these, the fact that you can really count on getting a mint state in a world where it's very difficult. Because, folks, not a single one of these coins have been delivered yet. We do not know how many mint states, but I can tell you this, there will be mint states, and whatever we have to do to put one in your collection, that promise of a mint state for $395, well, that's written in stone. So that's what's happening here. A pre-sale, a new variety, a Type 2 reverse, the beginning of a new series, a design that's an instant classic, and that happens very rarely, ladies and gentlemen. Most coins people warm up to. But the incredible, incomparable Augustus St. Gaudens obverse design, coupled with what is now known everywhere, what has been selected by the United States Treasury, the instant classic, the brand new Type 2 reverse, $395. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let me say, the Mint has unbelievable quality. They strike the finest proof coins in the world. Mints come to learn how they do it from all over the world and copy their techniques. They issue collector coins in proof, reverse proof, burnished die. The original is a mint state. The hardest to achieve in a perfect grade is a mint state. The one all collectors lament not getting, if they missed out, is the mint state. And you know what else they regret? Not jumping in on the ground floor, not jumping in at $395, waiting till these coins crest the $1,000 mark. I've seen it in every year. And the magic number is 70, MS70. That's what drives collectors to seek out perfection while they can. Now, if you've been collecting coins for a while, if you've experienced well, I'm not going to say settling for a MS69 because that's a pretty good grade also, but when you can get the highest grade, you could do it right now. And I got to say, it makes it so easy at $395 with our exclusive label, a brand new issue, and don't forget this as well, a pre-sale. Right now, you are first in line. So I want to thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Remember, $5 gold, mint state 70, perfect condition, $395 Type 2 Gold Eagles. They're here on a pre-sale, and soon they'll be live. Don't miss out, and thanks so much for watching at $395. We'll see you soon. Right now, the United States Mint is getting ready to release a brand new silver dollar. Every collector throughout the whole entire world has been anxiously awaiting this event, and it is about to happen. At Rare Collectibles TV, we get advance notice on everything, and we get the opportunity directly from the U.S. Mint to bring to you a pre-sale of this coin in the absolute highest grade you can get. A perfect graded, a perfect condition coin, flawless. Folks, let's take a look at this brand new captivating reverse design. Now, what you're seeing right there, you're seeing an obverse shot of the traditional American Silver Eagle dollar that features Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half-dollar design, first introduced in 1916. But the reverse, now this is a reverse that we have never seen before. It's brand new, and it is soon to appear and begin the series of Type 2 silver dollars. It is true that John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse is being replaced by Emily Damstra's captivating design of an eagle building its nest, as you see, coming in for a landing with an oak branch, just waiting to build that nest. Now, this design has been eagerly anticipated, and you just got a quick look at it. I got to tell you, it's different than John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle, and it has a statement of its own, which we're going to get into. I want to lay a little groundwork and give you a little background of how important an issue this is going to be. In 1985, President Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. And I'm mentioning that because it was such a big part of this program. It launched the American Silver Eagle dollar, and it just made it famous. The beginning of this program was so important because for the first time since 1935, America had come out with a brand new silver dollar. The largest silver dollar ever issued, much larger than a Morgan or a Peace dollar. It captivated coin collectors, and it captivated the world in terms of its design. I think it's because the obverse, which, by the way, for 2021, for this new silver dollar, has been reworked and enhanced. And when you take a look at this original design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, you're going to see what I mean. It magically lights up the obverse of the coin. The reverse. So forevermore, this will be known as the beginning of the Type 2 series of this great silver dollar. I have a lot of quotes from Emily here about her design method for creating this coin. And what it really boils down to is this. For many, many years already, she has been world renowned as one of the greatest nature artists there is. And she looked at the bald eagle in a way that John Mercanti didn't. John Mercanti borrowed from the original, the Heraldic Eagle. Emily Damstra has taken a different route. She studied eagles in the wild. She got an appreciation not just for the majestic bird itself, but for the lifestyle, the way pairs mate for life, the way both the male and the female guard the offspring ferociously, the way they work together to build the nest. And you'll see something here. The branch in the talons of Emily's eagle is an oak branch. And the reason why she chose the oak branch was because of all of the trees that she could have chosen, the oak, in its connection to the United States of America, and when allowed to, the way that oak trees grow to these majestic heights and stature, and the way they harbor more wildlife than any other tree does, the way they have contributed so much to the ecology. She saw this by viewing eagles in the wild and constantly evolving her idea of how she could place this eagle, because this is a daunting task, to be commissioned to create a design for a United States silver dollar. When you think back to George T. Morgan and the responsibility that he felt to create the Morgan dollar, and how it was magic, and how today it endures as one of the greatest symbols of liberty. Well, the original Silver Eagle Type 1s were in exactly the same fashion. John Mercanti wanted to keep that feeling going, which is why he selected the heraldic eagle reverse, and why the obverse was selected as such a famous allegorical of liberty and enhanced by John himself, and again this year, enhanced to bring out more detail. And then the reverse had never been done before. So think of the responsibility. Think of the pressure. You have one opportunity to come up with this design that will be immortalized forever. So artists who have the ability to conceive a sketch and a portrait and a sculpture and see it in the mind's eye of how it will translate on the size of a silver dollar. Well, this is something that can't be done by every artist. And the United States Mint, well, they wouldn't know how the design would turn out until the coins begin to come down, well, down the pike, so to speak. So take a look at this design. First of all, I want you to take a look at the coin. It's so important to take in that design, because you may be one of the first people in the whole entire nation to get a look at this coin. And in 1985, when the law was signed by President Reagan that began this great series, I don't think anybody ever foresaw that there would be a change in the coin. And collectors all over the world have been buying thousands of Silver Eagle dollars of Type 1s and putting together complete collections. And now a whole new series is born. And it has lit up coin collecting. And I want to show you a couple of reasons why. I want you to take a look at the mintage of previous years, all Type 1s. And this is going to give you a little idea of what you're up against, because collectors who own these coins, who are putting together complete collections, who have completed their Type 1 collections, you know that they're going to start on the brand new Type 2s. And 2021, starting with this coin right here that we are pre-selling, is the beginning of the whole adventure. All right, let me give you the prices, folks. A single quantity, $249. Let me tell you the value here. Let me really give you the whole story. Number one, this coin is amongst the hardest coins to achieve a perfect grade in. It is a mint state 70. The description of this coin can be summed up in one word: perfect. Perfect condition, not a single flaw, even when the coin is viewed under intense magnification. That separates all the almost perfect from the actual perfect coins. Now, here's the thing about these coins, ladies and gentlemen. Production is just starting. This is a pre-sale. This is going to give you the opportunity to jump in and be one of the first people to get a coin. Here's the thing about that. There are no guarantees ever of how many absolute flawless coins will be struck during this year. This is going to be a short year for the Type 2 because this is a transition year. Midway through the year, we're transitioning from Type 1 Silver Eagles with the old Mercanti reverse to the brand new Damstra Type 2 reverse. So when you only have a limited amount of time to strike, not even going to be half the year, we know the mintages are going to be very, very low. Now, if the mint attempts to catch up and strike a lot of coins in a hurry, well, there's where the real trepidation comes in about how many coins will I have to submit to the grading service just to get one perfect grade. I have seen years where you could submit 100 coins and not even get one perfect coin. Now, I can guarantee you this. No matter how many coins it takes for us to get perfect grades, if we have to submit 500 just to get one, your name's going to be on that one coin. That's a rock solid guarantee right now. So for $249, you can lock up one coin. Now, if you see the opportunity like I do to go a little bit bigger on the first ever issue and guarantee yourself 5 of these perfect condition, brand new Type 2 reverse of this silver dollar, then this deal is especially for you because 5 coins right now, ladies and gentlemen, $245 each. $1,225. Now, for some of us, we just got to go even bigger than that. 10 coins. 10 coins, the price drops to $239 a coin. Now remember, each and every one of these coins is a perfect Mint State 70. There is no higher grade. They have special labeling, and they are the first ever Type 2s being issued. Now, I know there are millions of Silver Eagle dollar collectors, and I can guarantee you that right now, they are all in line to get this coin. I can guarantee you 10 of these coins in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. And the very first one of these designs, the mintages that I just showed you, were all of the Type 1s, because we do not know yet how many Type 2s are going to be struck, how many Type 2s are going to be issued. All we know is they're going to be starting later than midway through the year. So it's pretty hard to strike a lot of coins, but we do know that demand is going to be unprecedented, that it's already starting. So I want you to take a look at this table that we put together down at the bottom, because it really only has, in the category of Type 2 mintages, well, it's got very little information because we don't know yet. But I do know one thing, there will be a coin, we will have it, we are pre-selling it right now, we have an amazing inside price, and we're featuring it in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. Collectors all over the world are lining up for this coin because this is the design, the only design that could follow the masterpiece of John Mercanti. This is the design that has immediately been accepted as the coin that will succeed the great Mercanti design. Now, we will all judge for ourselves, but when you see this eagle, all of that comes to mind. The majesty of the strength of the eagle, all incorporated with the family values. Eagles have the greatest reverence for family, for their offspring, of almost any animal in the animal kingdom. They mate for life. They ferociously guard their offspring. This has taken the final design of John Mercanti's and taken it to a different level. This reverse is the reverse that was judged to replace Mercanti's reverse. And if you never thought in a million years that there could be a silver dollar reverse that could succeed John Mercanti's heraldic eagle? Well, I think you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen. The rarity is going to be built in here, ladies and gentlemen, for the following reasons. I've only got a couple more seconds. You are guaranteed a perfect coin. And what I mean by that, the highest grade, MS70, indicative of perfect condition. You are guaranteed, no matter what happens in the marketplace, to own one of these coins before anybody else at the low price of $249 or the even lowered price of $245. You got to buy 5 coins. That's $1,225. And we've dropped the price all the way to $239. When you purchase 10, a lot of 10, for $2,390, you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,195. This gives you an opportunity to tie up 10 of these coins before anybody even knows what's going on. You're going to have a quantity right out the gate. Now, I get excited about coins like these because whenever there is a new issue, in 1986, when the first Silver Eagle dollars came out then, we were jumping for joy. Imagine, a new American silver dollar. It's about time, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this silver dollar has become the most collected silver dollar, not just in the United States of America, but in many parts of the world. Its design, which is classic, has now a new reverse, which has become an instant classic. Its grade is the highest grade attainable. And for collectors all over the world, think about it. Whenever there has been collaboration at the United States Mint between one of the greatest outside artists, somebody who's not employed by the Mint, who works with the greatest technicians and engravers, Michael Gaudioso, who has taken the design of Emily Damstra and interpreted exactly the way she wanted it in his engraving, in his modeling, in the production. So you had one of the great artists working with some of the greatest technicians and greatest engravers at the U.S. Mint to perform magic, to create a classic design right out the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to wrap this up. We all know the demand for this coin is right now insatiable. So let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale. You're getting at the front of the line for these coins. You're guaranteed the highest grade known to man for any coin. Mint State 70, no higher grade. And you are guaranteed a great price. You don't have long to wait before it actually happens. But I have to tell you, the gates are open. The doors are flung wide open. And let the Type 2 series begin with this coin right now. And don't forget, tell all your friends, when you're watching Rare Collectibles TV, that's where you get to the front of the line. And I hope to see you guys again real soon. Until then, keep watching, because we have a lot of great coins. Thank you, and see you soon.
Sarah is smart. She stays connected with Rick's US Coin Show because she signed up for our weekly email update. She gets the latest info on Rick's picks, Jack's coin suggestions, videos, numismatic fun facts, and more. So go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up for our weekly email update. There's no obligation, and you can opt out at any time. Be smart. Be like Sarah. Go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up now.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have an extraordinary opportunity for you today, folks. Now, I've specialized in the finest United States coinage for almost 40 years, focusing especially on the United States proof coins. In fact, when you're talking about United States proof coins and United States silver proof coins, I've helped assemble some of the finest silver dollar collections in proof in existence. For example, in 2003, NGC gave this award out to a client of mine, Best Classic Morgan Dollar Set in proof condition in 2003. My clients have received many of these kinds of awards over the years. In fact, to my right here is an actual silver dollar from that collection, an 1892. This is the finest known 1892 proof Morgan dollar from that collection. Now that's about a $100,000 plus coin today, folks. They're extremely rare. They're struck in very limited numbers. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. So to make a proof coin, the process from the early 1800s to today, well, today we have some modern technology that has really enhanced the quality of proof coins. But it all begins with taking the finest dies and polishing them until they have a mirror-like finish, a finish that's really perfect. And they give the coin blanks a kind of polishing as well. And then they would slowly feed those blanks into the die and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And most importantly, once struck, they wouldn't be ejected into a bin, they'd be individually handled. Now, in those early years, Morgan dollars, for example, they might only strike 1,000 proof Morgans in any given year. The mintages of proof coins are always very limited because of all the work involved. It's very labor intensive, plus the fact that proof dies are replaced very frequently at the first sign of wear. Mint state coins, for example, Sasha has a well-circulated Morgan dollar here that was struck for commerce. Now, this coin has been in circulation. It's very worn, but mint state coins didn't receive any kind of special treatment. They were struck for commerce. They were struck once, ejected into a bin. The coins would abrade with one another in the bin. They'd go through coin counting machines. They'd get dumped into bags and sent to banks around the country. Those mint state dies would strike tens of thousands of coins before they would be replaced. Now, if you were to come to me today, say, Rick, I want to assemble the finest known proof Morgan dollar collection possible. I couldn't assemble a #1 set for you today like I could 20 years ago. Those days are gone, folks. All those coins in that collection, when those collections were sold, all those coins went into various collections throughout the country. So there is no one collection that has all of those coins that I had in those finest known proof Morgan sets. My recommendation for you today, folks, would be to build the finest known proof American Silver Eagle collection. This is an opportunity for the collector of today. The Proof American Silver Eagle and the Mint State American Silver Eagle. The coin was first struck in 1986, okay? It's a huge, magnificent, beautiful coin. The original design of the American Silver Eagle was actually taken from the 1916 Walking Liberty half dollar. That beautiful Walking Liberty half dollar obverse, originally designed by Adolph Weinman, was used for the American Silver Eagle beginning in 1986. And it's one of the tremendous reasons for the popularity of this series. And in proof, these coins are absolutely stunning. And there are many dates that are extremely rare in really high-grade proof condition. Several months ago, I offered the first year of the series, the 1986 American Silver Eagle. This is not one of the rarest issues in the series in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is the highest possible grade any coin can receive. Proof 70 means the coin is flawless under high magnification. You get a coin this size, this American Silver Eagle, it's larger than a Morgan dollar. It's a full ounce of silver. A Morgan dollar is only about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. It's 90% silver. It's not as big a coin. This is a huge coin, the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. But we had almost 200 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and we had them for $795. We sold them all. They were a great price. It's a great opportunity. I don't have that opportunity today. What I do have, though, is something even better. This is a great little 3-coin collection of some of the rarest dates in the series. The 3 coins I have for you today, and it's only these 3 dates, they came from a unique collection. An individual I have known for decades who had put some of these American Silver Eagles away decades ago. And I bought the entire collection. I cherry-picked them. I had to pay him a premium for the finest examples. And what I have today are the finest examples of 3 very rare dates in the American Silver Eagle series. The 1995P, the 1998P, and the 1999P. I have these 3 dates in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo and Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is a limited time offer. I mentioned that 1986S that I had in 70 Ultra Cameo, that I had almost 200 examples of those. I don't have anywhere near that quantity for any of these 3 dates. I have just over 50 examples of each. For these 3 dates, when you see how rare they are, to have this kind of quantity is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. If you're new to collecting, the American Silver Eagle series, folks, has just begun. I mean, it's the longest-running silver dollar series in the history of U.S. numismatics. Again, first struck in 1986, but it has just begun. In late 2020, the Mint announced that there would be a new reverse design for the American Silver Eagle. The traditional heraldic eagle reverse that had been on the American Silver Eagle since its inception in 1986, that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse that you see on the left. The heraldic eagle reverse, folks, was essentially taken from the Great Seal of the United States. That's what that heraldic eagle represents. Later in 2021, with the 35th anniversary of this series, the American Silver Eagle series will have a Type II reverse that will be struck, and you see it there on the right. Now, folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the final year of the American Silver Eagle with the heraldic eagle reverse, and that these coins would be available for sale at 9 a.m. Pacific time on February 11th, 2021, the Mint committed to striking 320,000 examples. By 9:02 a.m., they were sold out. That's how popular these coins are. Now, we've actually got one of those heraldic eagle reverses, 2021, the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse. Incredibly popular, incredible demand. You flip it around, and you'll see the W for West Point, that mint mark at around 7 o'clock, right above the word fine. When you see these for sale, a lot of them are being offered for over $1,000 a coin. There's one for $13.95. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback in Proof 70. Here's one for $1,300. Another dealer with 100% positive feedback. Here's one for $900. Another dealer with 100% positive feedback. One final one, $1,500. This dealer only has 99.8% positive feedback, but thousands and thousands of happy customers. Now, I had the entire 20 coin set from 2001 to 2021 that we offered not very long ago for only $4,500. Now, that was an incredible opportunity because the fact is, while there's a lot of people asking really high prices for that 2021, it's those earlier years in the series that have the greatest rarity and the greatest long-term potential. And this is the information you need to know. That when it comes to making of proof coins, first of all, proof coins are struck, as I said earlier, in very limited numbers. When you look at the mintages of all the American Silver Eagles in both mint state and proof over the years, you could see when you add them all up, the proof mintages only account for about 3.8% of all the American Silver Eagles ever struck. Over 96% of the American Silver Eagles struck are mint state coins. Sasha has an example of a mint state American Silver Eagle. A mint state American Silver Eagle doesn't require a lot of technology. It doesn't require a lot of labor, a lot of craftsmanship. They don't come from specially polished dies. The dies are used for a longer period of time. The coins are not individually handled. Quite often they'll have bag marks because, again, they're abrading with other coins that are in the tube. And there you can see it has satiny surfaces. It doesn't have the deeply mirrored surfaces of a proof coin. So this is why I've always loved proof coins, because they represent the state of the art. The finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And it's that last phrase that is most important, that is key. Because as you go back in time, the technology, the proof-making technology at the U.S. Mint was not as advanced as it is today. Just in the West Point series alone, when you look at the West Point American Silver Eagles of the most recent years, the total NGC populations in Proof 70, the 2021, which was just released, they've already graded over 70,000 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo because the technology is so much more advanced than it was just a few years ago. You go back into those early years in the 2000s, back to 2007, only 27,000 coins. 2005, 15,000 coins. And then the earliest West Point years, you're only talking around 6,000 coins. 6,700, 6,400 coins. So the 2001 is the key date in the West Point series. And this is why you see such demand for the 2001 West Point. Here's one that's sold in auction. This one sold in auction, folks, for over $4,800. And yes, that's why the set that I offered from 2001 to 2021 for only $4,500, incredible response from you folks. Today, though, I have 3 dates. These earlier years, these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. When you look at the entire Proof American Silver Eagles, from 1986 to 1992, those earliest years, they were struck at the San Francisco Mint. They have an S mint mark on the reverse. And from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and they have a P mint mark on the reverse. And the 3 dates I have for you today, the 1995 P, 98 P, and 99 P, all at the Philadelphia Mint. These are so rare, folks, even in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. But you look at the rarity of these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, 95P, only 2,200 coins graded. 98P, 2,700 coins graded. 99P, just over 2,000 graded. Now, if you're wondering how those populations compare to the PCGS populations for those dates, well, they're close, but PCGS has graded more examples in 70 than NGC. NGC has a very, very strict standard when it comes to this 70 grade for the American Silver Eagles. very, very low pops. Because the fact is, back in those earlier years at the Philadelphia and San Francisco mints, the mint simply did not have the technology back then to consistently strike flawless proof coins that they have today. Here's a 1999 that Sasha has. Here's how they came from the mint in those years. This is the original box. We put our little sticker on it to signify what the date is. You open the box, it's in a really nice case. You'll see a lot of spotting over the surface of the coin, around the perimeter. All that milky white spotting. Folks, that doesn't come off. That was part of the process when they were making proof coins. In those earlier years at the San Francisco and Philadelphia Mint, quality control simply was not what it is today. You had these planchets that had spotting on them, that had residue left from the cleaning process, that was left on the planchet when it went into the die. So that when that die came down with over 200 tons of pressure, that cleaning solution that was left on that coin blank was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. And this is why most of your American Silver Eagles from these earlier years are flawed and have very low grades. Here's an example of a 1999 in Proof 69. Now, 1999, Proof 69 is an exceptional grade, but you'll see some light spotting there in the fields. Now, I have these 3 dates. I have them at a great price. Now, recently I was approached by Coinage magazine to write an article on the American Silver Eagle series. And it's a great article, and I give all the important hard information in that article. And one of the things I'm doing for the American Silver Eagles is giving a rating of these dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. A relative rating index from 1 to 12, meaning how rare is this coin in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I'm not going by the latest population numbers because the population numbers change. The relative rating index is all about how does the rarity of this date compare to the rating of another date in the series. I originally got this idea from Wayne Miller's book on Morgan and Peace dollars, where he had a rating index from 1 to 12. The higher the number, the rarer the coin. So for example, in Wayne Miller's book, for the 1881S, which is one of the most common coins in the series, he gives a rating of 1. It's very, very common in any mint state grade. On the other hand, for the 1893S, which is an extremely rare date, has the highest number, it has a 12. So that's what I've done with the American Silver Eagle series. And here's the relative rating index that I put together, and I'm going to have in a future book. And take a look at this, folks. And this will be the most important educational tool for you if you're intent on putting together the finest possible American Silver Eagle set. If you want to put together a set in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, forget about what the latest population numbers are, but you look at we'll start at the bottom of the page there. The most recent coins. You see, those most recent dates in the series all have a relative rating of 1. Even if the coin just came out, like the 2021 Type 2 may have just been released. Maybe they only graded 2,000 to date so far. That doesn't mean anything. What is important is that over time, that will be a very common coin in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Even the Privy coin, the 2020S, 75th anniversary of World War II Privy coin, with a very low mintage, but a high percentage of those coins grade 70. So it gets a relative rarity number of 3. But then as you go to the earlier dates, finally you see the 2002 and 2001, much tougher. Those get a 6. You can see the ranking legend I have to the right there. 1 to 2 is very common. 3 to 4, semi-scarce. 5 is scarce. 6 to 7, very scarce. 8, 9 is rare. 10, 11, very rare. 12, extremely rare. The 112 is for the 1995W, the West Point issue. They only struck 30,000 examples, only a few hundred graded in 70. That's the only 12 there is in the entire set. These three coins I have for you today, folks. The 1998p is an 8, the 95p is a 9, and the 99p is a 10. Extremely rare. They're rarer than that 1986S that I offered, which is a 7, which is a very rare coin. These are among the rarest key dates in the series. And as you can see from that chart, the first year of issue, the 1986S, tough coin, 5,400 examples graded. It's very, very scarce. But it's not as rare as the 95p, the 98p, or the 99p. Those three dates, folks, are so rare. They're even elusive in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. They're rarer in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo than a lot of the more recent dates are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I'm just going to show you a couple comps, just the 95p in 69 Ultra Cameo. This is about what a 95p goes for, $399 a dealer with 98% positive feedback. Now here's one. This guy is, you know, he's on the high side. Let's put it that way. That may be a price that's we'll see, you know, a decade or two from now, $2,000. But for a 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Now, if that were a 70 Ultra Cameo, that might not be such a bad price. Here's what I have for you today. If you want these key dates in 6.9 Ultra Cameo, the 95p, the 98p, or the 99p, these coins are flawless to the eye, Proof 69. Each one personally selected by yours truly. They're only $189 a coin. Okay, if you want to build a fabulous set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, $189 a coin. Now, the ultimate set, though, this is the time to go for it. Because at these prices, folks, I would encourage you to record this presentation, because this is one of those times when you record this and you play it back 10, 15 years from now, and 10, 15 years from now, you'll say, boy, I can't believe he had those available for those prices. And these coins are so rare, this is the finest possible quality. The 95Ps, while I have them, we have just over 50 examples. While I have them, they're only $795 a coin. The 1998P, $595 a coin. And the 99P, that really tough date, I mean, they're all really rare, $795. Now, if you add that up, folks, that comes to $2,185, and that's a great price. But again, the price is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. I want you to buy the entire three-coin set. And if you buy the entire three-coin set, you can own these three dates for only $1,795. That's less than $600 a coin for three of the rarest dates in the series in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. $1,795 for the entire three-coin set. Again, this American Silver Eagle series, folks, has only just begun. Every month, there are thousands and thousands of new collectors of these coins. The 2021, the final Heraldic Eagle, sold out in less than 2 minutes. The Type 2, the demand is through the roof. All these new collectors, and when they try to complete their sets in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, once they get to these earlier years, these coins struck at the Philadelphia mints and the San Francisco mints, these will be the coins that will be most in demand and in the smallest supply. Very few have survived in the condition you see these coins today. The only reason I have this group is because I've been very fortunate. I've been focusing on the finest silver dollars in proof condition for just about 4 decades. I've known this gentleman for almost that long, and I have the finest coins from his collection. And I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. I hope you can take advantage of this. If you can't do the 70 set, get this 6.9 set. At this kind of price, folks, only $549. Now, closing, I need to add one last important fact. Every one of these coins, again, is submitted to NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. The Smithsonian, home of the greatest coin collection in the world of United States coins, has their coins encapsulated by NGC. Every one of these coins, these American Silver Eagles, has been curated, conserved, so that any possible contaminant that was on the coin has been removed. The surface of the coin is absolutely neutralized. And then the coins are encapsulated in these airtight holders. NGC uses the highest quality medical grade plastics. They're much more difficult to work with, but it guarantees you that the coins you see today will be as beautiful and perfect 50 years from now as they are at this moment in time. This is a great series to collect. This is a grand slam of an opportunity, folks. The finest American Silver Eagles, the rarer dates in the series, at this incredible collector-friendly price. I hope you take advantage of it. This is really one of my great, great loves, the American Silver Eagle. It's one of the most beautiful proof coins ever struck by the United States Mint, and certainly the most beautiful silver dollar. It's a massive coin. To get it in proof 70, a coin this large, this size, in flawless condition, it's all about eye appeal, quality, and rarity. And you're getting the ultimate in eye appeal, ultimate quality, the greatest rarity at this most collector-friendly price. I hope you could take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.